Wow, how did I accidentally time that? I was just like trying to get the songs playing. That was it. And then by pure chance, that worked. Okay. Hello, how's it going? Let me just set this up because obviously I did not do that because I never think to do that on time. Is that going to come? Oh, all right. I have to show it. For wait, why is it fucking down? Wait, what the fuck? Um, fit to screen. There we go. I don't know why that was weird. Whatever. Oh, maybe this is why. Okay, cool. Let's do that. Hello, welcome. It is time for another lovely feedback quest. This is another mini feedback quest where we only take a few games and we just play them all. Originally, we were going to do an action games one, but things were not ready for the person we were trying to advertise for. Um, so we're switching it up. We're doing visual novels, and then next month is our main event, and then the action one will happen in October. That's currently the plan. So we got four lovely visual novel games that we're going to go through. Now I'm not going to do them through the order it shows me. I'm actually going to do this one first because um, I'm pretty sure that Priority N is in Europe, and I kind of want them to have the ability to watch if they can. Um, I also want to hopefully play more of this. What's up, LMG? So I want to put. I want to see if I can get this one played through. I didn't get to play through enough of it last time. I felt kind of bad. Um, so hopefully we'll get more time in there today. So let's just see where this went, and then hang on a sec. Sounding kind of low. Might be more just the way I'm talking, but let me adjust that. I'll try that adjustment. To allow easier phone use while button now animates. Okay. Hopefully that's better. I have no idea. I've just been kind of lost on the sound of it all. What am I opening? I'm opening this, and then this, and then this, and then this, and then this, and this will be novels 2024. Okay, and back. There we go. It probably doesn't help that I'm actually being kind of quiet at the moment anyway. Let's see if that'll come up. What? I forgot how weird these games often start. Where's my mouse? I mean, I've always been doing the female pro tag, so I kind of got it. But where's my mouse? And yes, I remember how this one started. I remember also the point where we got to when I played this during Feedback Quest 4. I'm back. Yes, so you are. Joy. I see you are as upbeat as usual. Well, it's form-filling day, which means I've got loads and loads of insurance contracts to fill in. Fun. Would you like to help? I don't see why not. Why not? Wait, where the why? Okay. Why? No, it's okay. I could see you being persuaded to give Grendel's details on all the forms. And then try and cash in on all the claims. So no, that's not going to happen. Unless trade really slows down, and then, who knows? You're as bad as Grendel. Let me turn that audio down just slightly. I don't know how that sounds. Speaking of which, I had better see what she wants. The pink-haired devil is in the restroom. Right, in that case, I had better. Hang on. Need to sign the logbook first. I need to know where all my guests are. There. Your scrawl is consistent with your other entries, so you can go now. Thank you. Please try and stay out of trouble. Chichester, United Key. Oh my god, I don't remember this. This is actually kind of cool. That was cool. What the fuck? Why was that so cool? Where's my mouse? I swear I'm not high. I've put the Local Looker newspaper on your desk, Sabrina. Thanks, Autumn. Right. Let's see if I'm in here. Oh, what the... I mean, this is cool, but also, like, where's my fucking mouse? Come on. What is going on here? Police and... It's only taken a week by Chichester now habit of crime and lawlessness, and the police admit they are baffled as to who and why is causing the problem. I've been called a public meeting to discuss the sudden increase in crime. Chief Inspector R.S. Campbell Green was not surprised at the depths of feeling the problem. This problem suddenly started around a week ago and shows no signs. Yeah, a little bit. I don't know if I can get it out. At the moment, we have no idea who is behind all of this. Our best guess is that it must be an influx of criminals from outside the area, specifically in London, he said after leaving the ill-tempered gathering. I certainly understand the feelings of everyone, and we're doing the best we can. I urge everyone to report anything that goes missing to our dedicated hotline immediately. Miss Lecht of the Giggle and Burke restaurant is one of the local residents who made her views very plain. Every day, I fill up my fridges, freezers, and cupboards ready to prepare food for my patrons. But as soon as my back is turned, all the food is gone. One time, everything in the kitchen vanished, including the sink. Mr. Biles, a farmer on the outskirts of the city, is probably the only person who may have seen the culprit. I was woken around midnight by the noise of my tractor screeching past my house. When I went out, fuck it, whatever. It probably wasn't a good idea to mention the money. Oh well, at least Grendel won't bother to read this. Although no doubt Kaylee will. I had better start working on excuses, just in case. Yeah, a little bit. That reporter misconstrued everything I said. No, doesn't feel quite authentic enough. How about the reporter gave me a cue card and lots of money to say that? Not sure whether Kaylee will believe it, but it's the best I can come up with, so it'll have to do. Well. You're up nice and early. Not through choice, I can tell you that. So, how much damage was caused yesterday? By Grendel? Or yourself chasing after Grendel? Both. Surprisingly, very little, which does make a lovely change. Not that a small cost will be reflected on your final bill, of course. I must admit, I wasn't expecting Grendel to come up with another ridiculous idea so quickly. Apologies there. Oh, don't worry about it. She was very contrite this morning. Even offered to replace the plumbing in this building, free of charge. Plumbing? Grendel doesn't know the first thing about plumbing. She hasn't done any sort of manual labor in her life. Well, she had better start boning up on it then. I'm going to make sure she keeps her word. I'll see what she's got to say for herself. Okay, I'm here, Grendel. What's this about you wanting to upgrade the plumbing in this building? Ah, you've been talking to our esteemed hotel receptionist then? Well, I realized how wrong I was yesterday and wanted to make amends. Oh, really? In addition to that, I've decided that when I take over this insignificant island, the Violet Hotel is going to be my main base here. It will have to be renamed, of course, something much more magnificent and... Well, if you'll excuse me, I'll leave you to your fantasies. Hang on! I haven't finished yet! What now? Well, as you know, the plumbing in this place is atrocious, so why not start upgrading immediately? You don't know the first thing about plumbing to start with. Secondly, where's the real Grendel? Can you make sure she doesn't return, as I much prefer this version? Hey! It's my way of helping to improve the lives of the simpletons that currently stay here, and for future visitors as well, during the short time that this place isn't mine. At which point, I'll kick everyone out. And there we go. I would like to point out that the hotel receptionist is very much on board with this idea. It's because she doesn't know what your ultimate goal is. She also said she'll make sure you do what you said, so no doubt the receptionist will be planning something to keep you here. Have you ever thought about recruiting her? Must admit I hadn't. I'll have to think about that. She could be very useful. Anyway, I was wondering if you could do something for me. What is it? I am, of course, recruiting professionals to do all the work. They have suggested it would be far cheaper and quicker to get all the bits and pieces myself. I've got most of the needed items, with the exception of self-unwinding sprung sockets. What the hell are self-unwinding sprung sockets? They are for joining multiple pipes into one big pipe. Oh, right. That's where you come in. Would you be able to find a store that sells them? Which, when you do, contact me, and then I'll decide how many are needed before you buy them. Me? Buy them? With what exactly? I somehow suspect that with my current baked ballads, I wouldn't be able to buy a lettuce leaf, let alone any of these self-unwinding sprung sockets things. I forgot you were a goody two-shoes and wouldn't even contemplate misconstruing the word buy for anything else. So to appease you, my angelic little minion, let me know how much they cost and I'll transfer some of my hard-earned money to your account, to your bank account, at which point you can pay for them with money. Very generous of you. You know it. Why aren't you going out there looking for your items? Why aren't you going out there looking for your items? As the old saying goes, why make a 10-course dinner yourself when you've got a chef to do it for you? Fine, whatever. As far as I know, the idea of these visual novels, the Welcome to Chichester, is they're supposed to be about this character, Kaylee Morgan, and Grendel Jinx, who, when she was younger, went to like basically a school to become like a supervillain. And I don't know what's happened to that place, but now Kaylee's just kind of her caretaker. Something like that. Thank you. What are you so pleased about, Grendel? Oh, I am the best. What have you done? Only set Kaylee off on a fruitless search for self-unwinding sprung sockets. Ha! Self-unwinding. That sounds a bit sus. I know. The idiot fell for it too. Why would you do such a thing? Do you know how annoying it is to be being told you shouldn't steal that or you need to pay for that? Considering I'm going to be the future ruler of England in a few years' time, I might as well start claiming my free goodies now. It seems someone else has read the memo too. Huh? Congratulations, you won a free car. To claim your prize, please proceed to Sport and Utility Car Dealership just off Quarry Lane, Chichester. Only one car per winner, valid only for today. No refunds allowed. I had a flyer pushed under my door last night congratulating me on winning a brand new sports car from the Sport and Utility Car Dealership, and it's ready to be driven off immediately. Naturally, one is never enough for me. Sorry I'm late. Look at that Twixter. I actually agree about the pain bit. No problem, Cindy. I saw Kaylee coming here. Apparently she was trying to find a place that sells self-unwinding sprung sockets. What are they? Interesting. Due to regular thefts of merchandise, we will be closed for the foreseeable future. What's this place? Wilson's Watches? To the person who keeps stealing our merchandise, may your alarm clock wake you up 5 minutes earlier than it should. At least they are taking their losses in good humor, but that doesn't help me find... Kaylee! Cindy? Fancy meeting you here. Are you working at the moment? Oh no, I've got a day off. Why? I just thought you were on your way to your pickup point. Oh no, tours resume tomorrow. Although, forget about work for the time being. Heh, don't worry. I'm meeting Autumn at the hotel, and then we'll decide what we're going to do. What are you up to? I'm looking for a place that sells self-unwinding sprung sockets. What are they? Some sort of home appliance? I've no idea, really. Grendel wants them. She's being uncharacteristically helpful to the hotel receptionist. That could be a problem. Yeah, but at least it'll be easy to keep an eye on Grendel while she's inside the hotel. I don't envy you at all. But anyway, there are a few hardware stores you could try. There's one in Barnfield Drive, and also in both Quarry Lane and at the bottom of Bognor Road. You've got a bit of a hike there. Might be easier to get the 700 bus and start with those in Bognor Road. No, it's okay. I could do with the walk. Besides, Grendel needs to learn to be patient. The wait will do her good. See you later then. Grendel's got Kaylee chasing after ghosts. What? Self-unwinding sprung sockets don't exist. Oh. You're obviously up to something. Oh, she's up to her usual tricks again. Free goodies. Apparently, she's won a free car. I'm going to make sure I get more as well. Can I have a quick word with you, Autumn? Okay. Be back in a moment, Grendel. I'll be here. Did you say that Grendel won a free car? Well, that's what she said. Apparently she had a leaflet pushed under her hotel room door. Why does Grendel have all the luck? Have you read the local newspaper recently? Besides the Help Me Hadrina Agony Ant section? No. Why? Chichester is becoming close to the #1 crime hotspot in England. And apparently the police are turning a blind eye to everything that's going on. Huh? How come? Do I have to spell things out for you? You didn't hear this from me, but it seems they are in league with the criminals, or criminal. Where did you hear that from? You hear many things when you're busy tour guiding. According to various rumors going around, the police are being paid very well indeed to look the other way. How true is it, though? Oh, I would think pretty likely, considering the most likely person to be causing the trouble is Grendel. Yes, no surprises there. But what does this have to do with the leaflet? Kaylee is pretty annoyed about all the trouble she's causing. Not surprising, really. So what if the leaflet thing is her idea? For what, though? This is from the previous day. Something's going to have to be done about Grendel. Otherwise, the city will most likely be bankrupt in around a month. Surely it can't be that bad. Oh, you don't know how bad things can get. Whee! Grendel is very fond of extortion and blackmail. Unfortunately, she takes after her mother in that regard. I suspect she's been paying some people off. But surely no one in the police force is that corrupt. Ha, Given the correct impetus, many would gladly yield to practically anything Grendel wants. Come back here, you pint-sized dwarf! You're that worried about things? Grendel as well. I'm gonna have to deal with her myself before things get way out of hand. I wouldn't be surprised if her current set of actions have also attracted the attention of various other unwanted people. How long we've got before this place becomes a war zone, I don't know. Ow, ow, ow! Got you now! Grendel's made many enemies over the years, and some are quite prepared to make their presence very known to all and sundry. It's going to muck up her plans, whatever they are, for bringing me here, but it can't be helped. It's for her own good, as much as anything else. What would happen to Grendel, though? With any luck, and that's assuming I have a say in the matter, the best that can happen is that she'll end up in some maximum security facility for a few years, hopefully with the right treatment to deal with Grendel's megalomania and kleptomania. After which she'll probably end up with a new identity and a cushy job somewhere. No doubt she'll be continually monitored, just in case, for quite a while. But even that will end at some point. Can't say it sounds particularly appealing. No doubt it'll be tough on her, but it is for the best. Give me my safe keys back! Not unless I get full access to the kitchen fridge. Like that'll happen. You'll eat everything in there within 5 minutes. I'll be doing everyone a favor. No one would have to put up with the chef's cooking. Would you be completely restocking the fridge after you've gorged yourself silly? Of course not. That's the chef's responsibility. Then you're not getting anywhere near Gordon's fridge. Ooh, look! There's a bipedal alien right behind you! Ha! Nice try, Grendel. I'm not falling for that. Again. Grendel won't like it at all. Oh, I've no doubt she'll resist. That's why I'll... Excuse me, my dear, but... Would you happen to know where the hotel receptionist is? I would like to ask her a few pertinent questions. Oh yes, she's over there. Strangling that young girl. Help me, Kaylee! I'm being attacked by a crazy alien zombie receptionist! Hey. No, you're not, Grendel. Anyway, the receptionist will be with you shortly, once she's finished off the girl. Just give it 5 minutes. You're supposed to be helping me! Yeah, these games, as far as I know, these games are supposed to have like a good bit of comedy to them. So, I kind of like this stuff. At first I wasn't sure, because like the first one I played, there was like no choice, no option. I kind of was like, how is this a game? This one actually like tries to do it though, so far. It's my day off. Eric! Are you going to give up now? No, never! I never give up! Oh my. Yeah, right. Do you see what's going on over there, Ciara? In that case, Grendel, I bags thee all your possessions. I bags thee all your possessions when you've gone, unless you... Well, that is totally unbecoming for a proprietor of a hotel. Huh? Oh, this is not what it looks like. Help me! Somebody help me! We should offer our assistance immediately, Liliana. Ha! You're in for it now. I win. I win. This is my ultimate Well, win this. I do not intend to lose to 2 potential valuable customers due to your behavior. I have never seen such flagrant disregard for the well-being of a guest. I think we should find a more harmonious place to stay. I certainly agree, Ciara. Wait, I can... explain. Come, gather your possessions, Ciara. We will venture forth in the direction of the Giggle and Burp and announce our presence to the proprietor of that establishment. She will undoubtedly be worthy of our money. That is exceedingly well put, Ciara. Onward, Ciara, for our limousine awaits. Oh dear. They've gone. I don't remember this piece of art. Oh my gosh, I think this is new. This is what comes of not giving into my demands, dear receptionist. Unfortunate things tend to happen to people if I don't get what I want. Take a leaf out of Kaylee's book. She realized long ago that it's far easier to give in and acknowledge my greatness rather than vainly fighting against the inevitable success of my plans. No comment. You can't stop me. No one can. Want to bet? Make things easy on yourself and... I think... Huh? I lost some custom because of you. Well, if you had given me what I want, I'm going to strangle you with your own ponytails, and then... Won't work. What? Nothing. Kaylee? Hey, don't look at me to solve your problems. Typical, no help. Receptionist, Sabrina, dear, I think it would be a good time for everyone to take a deep breath and relax, followed by allowing me full access to the kitchen fridge. After all, a fridge is for eating things out of, and... Forget the Geneva Convention. I'm going to kill you with the bell on my desk. Kaylee, I don't like the look of this. Perhaps apologizing and dropping your fridge demands would go some way to defuse the situation. Apologize? To these lesser mortals? You're looking to make me appear weak in their eyes? No chance, no. What will we need is a more forceful push towards lesser mortal, eh? Let's see what this lesser mortal can do. Kaylee, do something. Your mess? You can get out of it. Come here. Yeep! I think it's time to make like Kaylee's paycheck and vanish. You can't hide from me. I want to introduce you to my new baseball bat. You two can then go clubbing. Ha ha! So violent. Another typical day in the life of Kaylee Morgan. Is she going to be okay? The receptionist, she'll be fine and back to herself in no time, I would think. A cup of tea will probably help. I was thinking more about Grendel. Ha! Oh yeah, she'll be fine. She'll hide out somewhere and wait for the dust to settle before sauntering back here as though nothing has happened. Probably will try and get back into the receptionist's good books as well. But this is an excellent example of why. Huh? Ooh. It's a call. Where's my mouse? Yes, that's me. Hang on, I can't talk here. I'll be back later, Cindy. Okay. Still there? Thanks for getting back so promptly. I had wondered whether you'd be interested in my idea. So you're willing to let me go ahead with it then? That's good to hear. It's going to save everyone a lot of problems. Do you agree with my terms? Great, thanks. I think it would be best for everyone. I'll get my part completed, and then I'll meet you at the designated location, ready to collect the target. Okay, see you tomorrow. Bye. I'll have to find somewhere to create a realistic leaflet for my idea. Hopefully at a reasonable price too. May have to get rid of Grendel and everyone else, but that shouldn't be a problem. Ah, Cindy, just the person. Ooh, sounds like you want the 8-hour tour along with the 4-hour lecture on weathered Farlington bricks. Sorry, no. Little slapstick comedy, pun intended. Yeah, pretty much. I could cut it down to around 11 hours in total. You do miss out on some interesting bits about... I was actually wondering if you knew where I could get a promotional flyer created and printed. I could have done with the money too. There are quite a few places. How many do you want? Just the one. That could be a problem due to setup times and so on. Most only allow a run of 10 at a minimum. I really only need one. If I have to pay for 10, then it'll have to be done. You could always try Axiom Printing in Crane Street. It won't be cheap, but I believe they do single print runs. That sounds great. What do you want a flyer for anyway? Better be careful here. Don't want anything getting back to a certain pink-haired lady. Trying to sell some items before I return back to the United States. Hope you're not going to do a Grendel and try and sell the hotel's belongings. Of course not. You're saying that the leaflet is Kaylee's idea? Yes, precisely. Well, that's a bit of a shock. I know. Whilst Grendel is a problem, I wouldn't want to see her being carted off to some dark, damp cell. Me neither. I'm sure there's some way better way of helping Grendel. Besides, they haven't got long left here, so why spoil things? Yeah. I think we need to take drastic action. You mean sabotage Kaylee's plan? Yes. Kaylee isn't going to be too happy, though. I'm sure she will understand once we've made our position clear. I hope so. So, any ideas? How about... I guess this is the point where it changes because I answered the phone. You were a long time. I hope neither of you were planning on taking my prize. It would be rather unfortunate if you did. Oh no, you earned that fair and square. No, we were discussing next week's menu. I have to use the OBS screen to see my mouse. What are you thinking of having? Something exciting, daring, and even if I do say so myself, marginally edible. Good job Gordon isn't here. He wouldn't appreciate you mocking his cooking. It's true, though. He tries his best. I really think he needs help. For his birthday, I may buy him a cookbook. Actually, no, I had better not. He may try and cook it. Well, it's been nice chatting, but I really must get ready to claim my car and all the others that are in the showroom. Are you sure you two don't want one? I could sell one to you for a fairly reasonable price. But you're going to... Don't argue with her. We're fine, thanks. Well, your loss. Before you go, though, could you regale us with another of your stories of courage and heroic deeds? Eh? Oh, yes. We're always enthralled by your, tales, but you usually keep saying I'm making things up, or I'm exaggerating, or even Kaylee says that blah 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 actually happened instead. We're sure that everything you tell us is 100% accurate. Alright then, how about telling us about your past? But I've already told you about myself and the how about how myself and the walking bank met? How about your first boyfriend? Or girlfriend. Either way, tell us something about your first love. I don't have time for this. If you want your cars, then you'll have to tell us. Doors are now locked. What if we need the toilet? We'll just have to hope that Grendel doesn't take too long with her tail. This is stupid. Tell us. All right, then. No idea why both of you are so interested in poking around in my past, but if you're that interested, you're going to get everything. And that's just the intro. Oh my gosh. You, Grendel Jinx, Grendel's parents, Eldualdo, Brayden Z, and more. Background graphics by Mustagadiwia. I love how, I'm sorry, it's a little out of place, but I freaking love how this looks. It really does feel so out of place with the rest of the game. It's really funny, but I love it. Just gonna keep on waiting. Yeah, it does, right? And meanwhile, the music is like its own thing too, and it's like, oh, huh. Not all characters are 18 or over. That's a good thing to specify. The new guy. So now we're like going 6 years in the past. This is when Kaylee had to first start dealing with Grendel. Grendel, are you going to be long? Chef has made a lovely breakfast for you. Oh, there we go. I'll be down in a moment, Mom. I just need to.
Oh,
What?
dear.
How could that happen?
It looks like you are somewhat dead. Hey, hey, hey.
What the fuck? Oh, she's playing a game. Must be a problem with my computer. Well, I know someone who will get this fixed. Hello? It's me, Grendel. I was wondering whether you could send someone to have a look at my computer. I couldn't defeat the High Lord Drogress, and I'm pretty sure it's not my fault, so it must be my computer. Yes, anytime this morning will be great. Thanks. Oh, you are so in for it now, Drogus. It did caught me off guard. I was like, wait, what the fuck? That's why I had to stop. You're looking as lovely as ever, Grendel. Thanks, Mom. What delights did the chef create today? Why not see for yourself? I think you'll be very pleased. He really outdid himself this time, I think. Ooh, sounds great. That was wonderful. I'm glad you're happy. So filling, too. For that amazing meal, I think he should have a pay raise. That is very kind of you. How much were you thinking of? How about 10 cents a day? I think he deserves it. I'll give him the good news later on. Now, if you're ready, we can walk together to your classroom. I'm going that way as I need to talk to someone. Aw, but I was going to have another go at... No, Grendel, you're not going to spend all day playing computer games. Besides, something exciting will be happening in your class today. Something exciting? What do you mean? That would be telling. The only way to find out would be to attend school. Come on, let's go. Interesting. Odd. Who could this be? Morning, Grendel. Morning, Abigail. Morning. So Abigail's her mother. Hello, what are you doing here this early? Just being told that Grendel's computer may be having trouble, so I came here as quickly as I could. It's very nice of you, but I'm sure it could have waited. I've got a bit of free time whilst I wait for various security checks to finish running. Defeating High Lord Drogus will be impossible without a functional computer, or the Rat of Disappointment. Oh. I think I might have used mine on a shopkeeper just to see what would happen. Bother. There's probably nothing wrong with your machine, but I'll be happy to check it for you. That's very nice of you. I need to keep the boss and her daughter happy. No need for formalities. Come on, Grendel, otherwise you'll be late. Have you got your school weapon on you? Of course. Good girl. Sorry for Grendel wasting your time. Perhaps we could make it up to you with an evening meal around 7 p.m. Well, I'm not sure. I could always make it an order. Oh, no need. I wouldn't miss partaking in your chef's food for anything. That's all arranged then. Must go. See you later. Bye. Let's go, Grendel. So, what's happening at school today, Mom? If I told you, it'd spoil the surprise. This Council of the Unseen School for Gifted World Rulers. Another boring school day. Yeah, pretty much, right? And meanwhile, all the other students in this World Leaders class are so dull and boring. Grendel's freaking great. Why can't we have a nice long holiday? I know. He's such a taskmaster. I feel like my head's going to explode. I'm not going to give them any different voices. They're all going to have the same voice. We can't go on like this. Yeah. There needs to be a change of teachers. Quickly, too. Yes, but how? All we have to do is ask our resident toady to put in a teacher transfer. Don't follow. We asked Grendel to put in a good word for us and change freaking teachers. Ooh, that may work. Is she in class already? Of course she is. She cares more about Mr. Nibbles than student welfare. Oi, class representative, leave that rat alone and come here. It's a guinea pig? Whatever, just come here. What do you want? I'm busy. Talking to your pet rodent doesn't count as being busy, Grendel. Mr. Nibbles is a... Yeah, we've heard it all before. Grendel, we're fed up with a certain Mr. Charles Jones. Why? He's a good teacher. I so much would like to punch her lights out. That's what lunchtime is for. Got plenty of money for when I'm fined. Good job the money goes to the school and not into her pockets. No, we want someone that will allow us to thrive through our own abilities and at our personal speeds. In other words, you just want to muck around in class whilst others want to learn. You are so close to. If you can't keep up with everyone else, why not go back a year? It'll do you good. You might learn to tie your own shoelaces then. Morning, chumps. Morning. How are you? Fine. Well, I would be if it wasn't the school day. How is our wonderful class representative today? Still toadying up to the teacher like a good little pet? Funnily enough, we were talking about Mr. Jones. I bet you're still hoping to get rid of him. Yeah, and Grendel isn't helping the situation much. Well, I'll leave you to your negotiations. Can you help us? No, everyone is here to learn, not play. I'm so going to get her at lunch. You're useless. Go back to drooling over your mouse. You should be. Hey, Grendel. What? The door on the 3rd floor of Nibbleton Mansion seems to be badly warped. It can't be. It's all been constructed with the finest and most expensive. See, I was just looking at it, and the door just broke. Squeak! You did that deliberately. Are you accusing me? Are you accusing me of damaging Mr. Nibble's place of residence? Yes, I am. Now move away from him. I'm the only one who can properly look after him. That is totally uncalled for. Squeak, squeak. Did you three see me damage any property? Nope. You wouldn't do such a thing. Yes, you're far too good for such nasty behavior. There we go. I'm most certainly not to blame for the poor upkeep of Mr. Nibble's abode. I must say, this place is really falling apart. Just look at the state of the portcullis. The only thing that's keeping it up and preventing Mr. Nibbles from escaping is what appears to be flimsy cardboard. Leave him alone. Squeak. You know I've got Mr. Nibble's best intentions at heart. No, you don't. Stay away from him. But he's so happy to see me. He deserves something much better than this run-down old place. Squeak. Sadly, I gotta bail. Have fun getting Grendel to have unlimited access to the fridge. No worries, LMG. I'll see you another time. With a dodgy front door. See? What did I tell you? You did that on purpose! Squeak! Squeak! Are you trying to blame me again for this dilapidated dwelling? Oh, you're going to pay for ruining Mr. Nibble's mansion. Squeak! I think your first concern should be... Squeak! Huh? An errant rodent. Oh. Ha ha! If you have trouble catching him, I know a few people who would be willing to help. For a price. Ha! Nicely done. Squeak! 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 Come back here, Mr. Nibbles. You're going to hurt yourself. Ha ha! That'll teach her to muck around with us. So, are you going to help us, Grendel? No! Good luck catching your wretched animal, then. Looks like we're going to work out how to get rid of Mr. Jones ourselves. Yes, unfortunately. I don't know how, though. Good morning. Close the door! Close the door! Huh? Squeak! Mr. Nibbles is on the loose. They damaged his home. Did not. Well, the first priority should be... Squeak! 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 There he goes. Catch him! Catch him! Wow, he's certainly a fast little critter. Huh? Close the door! Otherwise he'll... Ooh. Cash escape and wrote it. I presume this is the animal you're chasing? Squeak! You got him! Thank you! Aw, glad to help. Good, that little crisis is now out of the way. Grendel, if you could hurry and secure the class guinea pig and then sit down, we can then continue. Good, let's get started. For those of you who have been paying attention, you'll notice that we've gained a new pupil. Please give a warm welcome to Edwaldo. Please don't use my full name. Edwaldo Uragiru. While it's somewhat unusual, the council decided that his academic achievements deserved accelerated progress. So we're fortunate enough to have him in our class. For the minority of you who are into history, his parents were involved in the Zeranon oil platform hijacking some 10 years ago. It's a shame things didn't turn out better, but I'm sure their son will want to carry from where his parents left off. So let's give a big welcome to Eduardo. Thank you. As Mr. Jones has said, I'm Eduardo. My two aims are being better than my parents were, and for all of us to be friends. Thank you. Short and sweet, just how I like it. Ooh. I'll seat you next to Grendel Jinx. She's the one with the pink hair and yellow bows, and the main custodian of Mr. Nibbles. That's the guinea pig you stopped from escaping. Welcome to the class! Must say it's a very nice animal. Thank you. He deserves the absolute best for everything. Grendel also happens to be the class representative, so for any problems or queries, you go to her. Grendel is the useless, sir. She's also terrible at looking after the class guinea pig. Shut up, I am not. Thank you for your opinion there. You'll get your chance to choose another class representative next term. But until a new person is chosen, Grendel is head of the class, and you will respect her position. Yes, sir. She also does a wonderful job looking after Mr. Nibbles, and certainly dedicates more time to him than any of you. Now, if you can all be quiet, we can take attendance. Good. Please sit down, Eduardo. Okay, with that out of the way, we can now start. If you'd all open your books to page 127, we will continue our discussion on the Fabian strategy and its place in the Council of the Unseen. Sir? Yes, Eduardo Giru? I don't seem to have the right book here. Oh, yes, I forgot to get that ready for you. I was hoping to get here before everyone, but ended up being delayed. Should have a spare copy somewhere? Ah, maybe not. In which case, could you share with Grendel until I manage to find a copy? Okay. Right. If we're on the same page, we can finally start. Eduardo and Grendel certainly are. What was that? Nothing, sir. Good. Good to hear. Meanwhile, in the conference room, good morning, gentlemen. I hope you all have good news for me. We do indeed. Excellent. Who would like to start? If you don't mind, I would like to. Of course, proceed. As you can see from my report, we have successfully infiltrated the Swiss Society Financière Wellspring headquarters and expect to be able to gain access to upwards of 27 million customers. This allows us to siphon off approximately $14 billion. How do you expect to do this safely? We now have our agents inside the Despotia de Services Financières as well. If anyone does flag any problems, they won't get very far at all. One other safeguard we have introduced is that the current managing director of Society Financière, a certain Monsieur Moise Laframboise, isn't Framboise the word for raspberry? Will be used as a scapegoat if there are any problems. Very good. You may proceed with this deal as you see fit. Thank you. This will be very profitable for the council. Alicio? The civil war in Amelo Kingdom is progressing nicely. Unfortunately, the elected government is still holding on to power. I trust you have a solution to that problem? Of course. We are currently working our way through the governmental chain and hope to provide a satisfactory result, for us at any rate, from within. We plan to provide, through one of our shell organizations, large amounts of equipment for a reasonable price. But with built-in obsolescence, with the removal of any potential rivals, the Amelo government will have no choice but to use us if they want to keep power. We'll give them the illusion of being in control for a while, and then the other side will win. Then we'll control them as well. Excellent. I look forward to seeing your progress there. Finally, we have Mr. Brock. Thank you. Unfortunately, my report isn't nearly as exciting as the previous two, but nevertheless just as important. Very much so. Ah, thanks. If you could turn your attention to my report, whilst there has been steady gains with regards to the number of new customers for guinea pig insurance, unfortunately, profits for Mr. Nibble's fortune holdings have been static for the past month. It appears that people are buying our lower end policies. We are able to mitigate a lot of financial problems this causes by refusing or downgrading any payouts. Do you have any ideas on how to improve the situation? Yes, I do. One of my team members came up with the idea of running a promotion, giving out a free guinea pig slides for new members. However, with the rather lackluster performance of our higher tier policies, we feel that implementing this promotion for our other products whilst closing the cheaper policies should facilitate higher profits. When do you intend to implement this idea? We just need to finalize a few details, and then I can run the updated policy list and promotions past you. Everything should be ready to be signed off by the end of next week. Good. I look forward to seeing the full details, and we can plan when to implement everything. Okay, is there anything else that needs mentioning? Nothing here. No. Everything is fine here, too. Excellent. In that case, I'll see you all in a week. Okay, it's time for a break. And boy, do some of us need it. It's Eduardo, isn't it? That's right, you're Grendel, aren't you? That's my name. Don't wear it out. If you're not too busy at lunchtime, I could help you get oriented with this floor. That'd be very nice of you. Thanks. Sorry I can't do it now, but I need to do a proper fix on Mr. Nibble's place. Oh, no problem. I can certainly wait. Thank you for catching him, by the way. Glad to help. A loose class pack can cause all sorts of problems. That is so true. Out of the way. Coming through. Hey, did you know they eat guinea pigs in South America? Quite a delicacy, I believe. Perhaps we could try one or two someday. Might be an idea. I think I know where I can get one as well. Ha ha ha! Those four. Well, I'd better get started now. I'll see you soon, Eduardo. One quick question. Where are the toilets? Take a left out of here, and they'll be on the right, near the end of the corridor. Thanks. Bye. I did, of course, help Eduardo familiarize himself with my class and available amenities. For a price, of course. Naturally. And this is one of our training areas. Another is down the corridor, and there are various others dotted around the building. These are generally shared amongst all pupils in this year. In an emergency, you could always use those in the year above us. But avoid using college and university training areas. They've got a thing about growing bees and planting flowers, and the floors are sometimes sticky as well. Ugh. Anyway, there are loads of scenarios that you can use if you need to relax or exercise. You can, of course, create your own programs if you manage to get used to the weird programming language. Aura 2. Huh? I used to write my own programs. The systems back then were rather more primitive than this appears to be. No doubt the programming language has evolved to allow even more simulating creations. You've used these before then? Yes. Can we go in? Yes, it's not in use. Before my parents died, I rarely visited one of these. But after it happened, it was the only place I could find solace. Eventually, I worked out how to create images of my parents. I used to live in these sorts of things, which really annoyed people at times. Eventually, though, I realized that living with computer-generated parents was making me forget all the good times I have with my real ones. Hey, do you have this scenario programmed in? Computer... From then on, he started to want to have lunch with me, do group assignments, and so on. He must have really liked you. He soon made that very clear. My patience is wearing very thin now, Eduardo. But I told you that... Ugh. Get up, you coward. I haven't finished with you yet. Your parents' haul from the hijacking incident was quite sizable, so you must have ended up with some. Seeing as I'm better than you, I deserve that money. But I don't... Okay, I've had enough of your excuses, so give me all your bank details now. Otherwise, you're... Leave Eduardo alone, Thaddeus. Well, well. If it isn't our self-serving class representative. I said leave him alone. Why should you care? He's new to us. You're not giving a very good impression of this class. Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn. That attitude also explains why you've had to repeat the year with us. Mention that one more time and you'll be spending the rest of your life sucking food through a straw. Move away from Eduardo unless you want to spend next term reciting the alphabet in Miss Poole's class. Okay, if that's how you want it. Hey newbie, you're saved now. This stuck-up pink-haired bitch is going to kick my ass and free you from my villainy. Or at least, that's what she thinks. Unfortunately, Grendel, that thought is going to be just a pipe dream. You stay put, Eduardo, while I deal with our esteemed class representative. So, class representative, you're still poking your nose in things that aren't your concern. I'm looking after him, so he is very much my concern. Why can't you just turn tail and walk out of here? Because I don't run away from problems. Hasn't anyone told you that sometimes discretion is the better part of valor? No. Well, in that case, I think it's time you learned the hard way to not to poke your nose in other people's business. Oh, really? Am I in trouble then? Want to find out how much? I want to beat the crap out of you, Grendel. Then, take your mind, and especially your body. I hope Eduardo Uragiru doesn't interfere, otherwise he'll get the same treatment. They're actually fighting, what the fuck? What the fuck? I like how in a lot of these images they make Grendel look big. That was really funny. I've got you now, you little worm. Really? What makes you think that? You're on report, Thaddeus, and you'll be fined heavily. I'm not giving you 1 cent. Are you sure you don't want to rethink that idea? Get lost. Oh well, here it comes then. Ugh! That's right, she did have a taser. Are you okay? Huh? Oh, yes, thanks. You were amazing. I'm surprised you never stun bolted him yourself. I was hoping no one would find out, but I damaged my stun bolter a while ago. I never found time to get it replaced, and then just forgot all about it. Unfortunately, as you found out, some people here aren't as nice as myself. You had better get to the armory immediately. Tomorrow we all test our weapons, and you wouldn't want to be caught without a working one. Ooh, yes, forgot about that. Thank you for reminding me. Happy to help. Okay, everyone, it's time for... What's Thaddeus doing unconscious on the floor? He was bullying Eduardo, so I put a stop to it. Very well. Don't forget to give a full report of the incident by the end of the day. Aww. That means I'm going to have to do some work. Afraid so. After all, with great responsibility comes lots of paperwork. You had better take him down to sickbay, though. I don't want people tripping over him and hurting themselves. I was just about to arrange some transport to take him there, sir. Good. I'll leave it all up to you, then. Eduardo, could you help me find a trolley to put him on? Then we'll wheel him off down to the nurse to be checked out. I'll be happy to help you. Good. Fortunately, this sort of thing doesn't happen often. Most of the people in class are decent, at least, so I hope you don't get the wrong impression about us. Don't worry. There are always 1 or 2 idiots who like to ruin things for everyone. There are also a couple of people who just like to stand around and chat. Get going, you two, otherwise you're going to miss a lot of today's lesson. We're on our way. Aw, that's kind of cute. Morning, Grendel. Hello, Eduardo. Did you get a new stun bolter? Yes, thanks. It works well. Although I haven't actually tried it on anyone yet. Not sure I'll be able to either. If you're ever in trouble, it's something you will need to use. It might be an idea to practice using it in one of the training areas. That sounds like a very good idea, thanks. Perhaps during the lunch break. What's going on over there? No idea, and I couldn't care less. I think Grendel has found a new member for her fan club. Oh, really? That brings the total number of members up to 2 now. Ha ha! She's going to be insufferable for the rest of the day. Yeah. Grendel's head in the toilet again. At lunchtime. Can't exactly say that your school sounds particularly nice, Grendel. It's all done to build character, one capable of taking over the world. But just let her continue her story. And now it's time for your self-defense practice. I trust you all have your weapons on you and they fully work. I'm assuming, as no one has spoken up, you're all prepared. That's good. For today's practice, you'll be split into 2 teams. The girls will be charged with defending all the gold in a very large bank. The boys will have to steal at least 75% of the amount to win. You'll have exactly 1 hour to complete your objective. Your achievements here will go towards your end of term results. One piece of important advice: this is a team exercise. The simulations will notice anyone trying to go it alone and will punish the offender accordingly, so working together is a must. Good luck, everyone. I'll be meeting you again real soon, Grendel. We're going to have to work with her. Yep. Grendel doesn't know the meaning of the word teamwork. Thank you for helping me yesterday, Grendel. I'm really grateful you showed up when you did. Probably would have told him everything. Surely I could recompense you for your troubles. Oh, no, it's quite alright. The only person who needed to recompense me was the idiot who started it all. But you put yourself in so much trouble. For me as well. I know. How about I make a donation to your favorite charity? There's no need, so... I've got plenty of money to spare to help disadvantaged people, so... How much were you thinking? Would $2 million do? Or perhaps a bit more? My favorite charity is the Grendel Jinx Appreciation Society. That does sound like a good cause. Yes? I had better get going. I hope. Never mind. You swindled money out of someone you helped? He gave it to me. I couldn't refuse it now, could I? Who the hell is $2 million just laying around? For most people at the Council of the Unseen, that's just small change. I can see why Kayleigh's exacerbated all the time. I gave her plenty of opportunities to come and join me as my personal foot warmer. But no, Kayleigh idiotically refused all requests and now just does. Has Kayleigh mentioned what she plans to do when we get back to America? I thought Kayleigh would be staying here. Yes, of course. Forgot. So, who won your competition? You just wait, Grendel. You just wait. I'll make sure that you'll... Huh? My legs! I did state that you weren't in a fit enough condition to return back to class, Thaddeus. But seeing as you're here, you might as well crawl to your desk and get the post-mortem we'll get the post-mortem review out of the way. Hurry up inside, Eduardo. I'm not feeling too great. It'll pass. Right. That was an unedified spectacle if ever I saw one. Although, to be fair, congratulations are in order for the girls, although it was only due to me. I won the competition. Me. All me. Why does she have to get all the recognition? Because you never came up with a better plan. Grendel. I was hoping to be able to spend the rest of the day discussing the results. But with so many injured due to deciding to go it alone, I think we're going to have a discussion about teamwork very soon. To that end, I'm going to take you all out on a live test in a few days, but I will need your parents' or guardians' permission, as it'll take place in a few states over. Whilst it's something somewhat unusual to do so before next term, I think you all need extra practice. Well, let's get today's lesson started. That's the lunchtime bell. See you all back here in an hour. Grendel? You okay now? Yes, thanks. I was wondering if you were doing anything this lunch break. I was going to go home and get my chef to quickly rustle up a 5-course meal. Why? Oh, you had something already planned. I won't disturb you then. Oh, okay. Maybe tomorrow then? Yes, that'll be great. Are you sure that you want to start your little endeavor? I haven't been cultivating relationships with certain people just to sit back and do nothing now. It's time to show everyone that we mean business. Ooh, what the heck's going on here? Okay. That's the last bell. Don't forget to bring your permission slips for it. Are you ready, Grendel? And no one's listening. Sometimes it's just not worth getting out of bed. Where are we going? Oh, I don't know. I haven't been here long enough to explore the city. Out of the way, pig. Oink, oink. Haha, good one. Why do you put up with their behavior, Grendel? They haven't done anything really serious yet, and they just brush off any fines. Not much else I can do about them. Anyway, forget about those idiots. Okay, so where shall we go? Time for you to visit the Munchy Munch tea rooms. I'm sure that's an excellent choice. Certainly sounds interesting. I hope it wouldn't be too presumptuous to say that I will be more than happy to pay for your meal. I would be more than happy for you to do so as well. Okay, well, shall we get moving? Munchy Munch Tea Room, traditional home baking and cooking. Fucking what a name, Munchy Munch Tea Rooms. And I'm sorry, it's so weird the way the text is, given all the other things I've seen in this game. What the heck? This is so silly. Here we go. Does look very posh. You should see inside. It's pretty swish. They do excellent cakes as well. Let's go in. I'll be with you in a moment. A table for two? Yes, please. Here we go. Thanks. Welcome to Munchy Munch Tea Rooms, where we serve... Hang on a moment. You're Grendel, aren't you? I thought I banned you from this place. You must be thinking of my American cousin. I'm Wendell Minx. But you look so much like... I know, I get that all the time. But you're... Ow. Really? You're wearing similar clothes. Newly arrived with nothing to wear. My cousin recommended this establishment as a fine place to eat luxurious cakes. I do hope I'm not going to be disappointed. I am, after all, a very, very notable figure in the culinary blogosphere. In what way? My food reviews attract thousands of views, many of whom go and visit eating establishments that I recommend. Oh, really? Who do you write for? The Bake It and Fake It website, Two Cherries and a Cake website, Stick of Butter website, Oh Fudge website, Cook Today, Eat Tomorrow website, the Overcooked Trifle website. Fucking 2 cherries and a cake. Where's my mouse? There it is. Can't say I've heard of that. That's because it's British. That's where I'm from. Britain. Where all the British tend to be. In Britain. I still think you're Grendel, trying to get free food and no doubt steal everything in sight again. Well, I have never been so insulted in my life. I have a good mind to take our business elsewhere. Good day. If you're a food critic, then can I see a piece of what you've written? Of course. I just need to consult with my assistant. Assistant? Assistant! Are you referring to me? Of course I am. Oh, this is great. I've been upgraded to assistant. This is the best day ever. Please present the review for the posh person's private pleasantness party to the waitress, please, assistant. I don't think I know the... Ow. Please excuse him. He's new to the job. Still learning the ropes, so to speak. I quite understand. But aren't you two a little bit young to... Ah, I found it. Really? How could you... I mean, it's about time. Here we are. That's a very good review. You certainly know your food. My apologies for confusing you with your pest of a cousin. Don't worry about it. Anyway, have you decided what you'd like to order? Oh yes, it's the cooling down cake. Ooh, that is a good choice. I see you've done your homework already. I'll be back with your order shortly. He pulled that off quick. That is how you deal with people who try to unjustly ban you from your favorite eating establishment. Why should you do that? I can't see you doing anything to earn such a terrible indictment. Oh, it was some silly misunderstanding about who should owe money to whom. By the by, how did you manage to generate a review so quickly? Oh, I just logged into the Council computer network and asked it to generate a review in your style. I don't think it captures your essence at all, but at least the waitress liked it. Can I see it? Here you go. Urgh. OMG, guys, you need to hear about this incredible restaurant that I went to. It's totally upmarket and super fancy, the kind of place that only the rich and famous go to. I felt like such a queen sitting at the table with my friends, sipping on my mocktail and taking in the lavish surroundings. The menu was to die for, with all the latest food trends and exotic ingredients that you've never even heard of before. I tried everything from the truffle fries to the Wagyu beef, and let me tell you, it was all just chef's kiss. I even got to steal a little trinket from the bathroom as a souvenir. Don't judge, okay? I just couldn't resist the urge to have a little piece of this place with me forever. The service was impeccable, of course. Our waiter was so cute, and he totally fawned over us like we were the most important people in the world. I mean, we kind of are, right? We're young, beautiful, and full of potential. Who wouldn't want to wait on us foot and hand and foot? Overall, I give this restaurant a solid 10 out of 10. It's the perfect spot for anyone who likes to feel like a celebrity for a night. Just make sure you bring your wallet. This kind of luxury doesn't come cheap, but it's totally worth it. Trust me, you won't regret it. Ugh. This looks like it was written by someone a year below us in school. But at least it did the job. I suppose congratulations is in order, assistant. She praised me. Grendel praised me. I think I'll keep you around for a while. I can see you being of some use to me. I'm of use to Grendel. Yeah. I fucking love this. What the fuck? Here you go. I've taken the liberty to add a few sidekicks as well. Hope you enjoyed it all. Please leave a positive review. I need the custom. I'm sure I will have no effort in finding something positive to say. Ah, thank you. I'll leave you two in peace. Wow, this is amazing. I thought you would like it. Aren't you having any? No, I'm quite alright, thanks. I'll enjoy watching you eat. All this? For me? Oh yes, my treat. She's treating me? Does that mean she... It must do. Grendel must know that I like her. Perhaps now would be a good time to pronounce my... Unless I'm very much mistaken, the cash register over there is a CRM 5000. Sorry, what? Yes, I was right. It is a CRM 5000. It's the newest model produced by IEG Inc. and features fast thermal printing, 2 displays, easy-to-use keyboard, large capacity drawer, and electronic journaling. Okay, but why are you interested in it? Have you finished yet? I couldn't eat another crumb. Well, in that case, bill please. I hope you both enjoyed your food. Oh, you seem to have left a lot. It was so filling, tasty too, so delicious and moist. That's how cakes should be. I'm glad you were pleased. Now, being esteemed food blockers, this meal is on the house. Oh no, we want to pay our fair share. Ooh, that's wonderful. If you're sure. Oh yes, absolutely. We reviewers can't be treated any better than the common peasantry customers that you get. We can't? Ow! So, who would like to pay? My subordinate here will be paying for everything. Eh? But you said it was my treat bringing you here. Oh, well, I did originally say I would be paying. I do hope it's not too expensive, though. Whilst you're dealing with it, I'm going to go to the toilet. Okay. Wendell. That would be $8 in total, please. Wow, that is cheap for such a lovely cake. Do you take cards? Of course. Excellent. That's gone through okay. Would you be interested in giving... Huh? What's going... My cash register? Eduardo? Yes, Grendel? Grendel? Like it! My money, my profits. Did they steal it? They fucking stole the register. Ugh. Usually these things are pretty easy to open, but this one... Ah! Got it! It's open. 100, 200, $220. A pretty good haul, even though I do say so myself. Here's $1 for your help today. $1? Does that mean that Grendel thought I was helpful? She's been very kind to me ever since we met. So I wonder if... You alright there? Grendel, we've known each other for... Grendel, Dr. Not Nice will be starting very shortly. What? How could I forget that? Do you want to come and watch it with me? I'm sure Mom won't mind. I'm not that keen. You're missing all the action, Grendel. Ah, gotta go. If you want to stay here, you can, but don't touch anything. No, it's okay. I'll see myself out. Okay, see you tomorrow then. Here I come, Mom. I like how it still says Wendell winks. Yay, I made Grendel happy. She certainly knows what she wants and how to get it. I think we'd be very good together. It's a shame I couldn't tell her how I felt about her earlier. But hopefully, I'll be brave enough to do so tomorrow. Aww, living la vida, Wendell. A day later. Mr. Nibbles, Mr. Nibbles, you're gonna have a nice clean mansion. Grendel. Oh, hello, Eduardo. How are you? I'm... What's up? This is nerve-wracking, but I can do it. I love you. Will you go out with me? Come again? Oh, well done there. Bravo. How strange. Well, today's the day, folks. We'll be leaving for our destination in half an hour. So if anyone needs a toilet, now would be a good time to go. It's nice to see almost everyone will be participating. Maki, seeing as your parents objected to this excursion for some weird reason, you'll be joining Miss Poole's class for the day. I hear that her class are currently making paper mache hats, so have fun there. As for everyone else, make sure you are fully armed and your stun bolter is working. When you're all ready, we'll head down to the maintenance bay. What's the mission? I'll let you all know once we've started moving. I also recommend you choose a leader who'll... I'll volunteer. There you go, problem solved. Well, here we are again, Eduardo. Just you and me, and lots of money at stake. What's even better is that since everyone is too busy with the bank below us, we'll be able to have a frank conversation about your finances. You're not getting anything from me. You should have realized by now that I don't give up. Grendel knows where I am. She'll be here soon. Really? You think you're more important than a bank robbery? Ha! No. Especially when there was a large haul to be had. Even sharing amongst the whole class, the spoils should amount to several $1 million each. Why do you want my money then? Why not? You've got something I want, in which I will put to better use. So why not be a good little boy and transfer everything now? No, it's mine. Okay, we'll do it your way then. Thank you so much for making this easy for me. You hardly struggled at all, which really helps. Haha! Now, let's get serious for a moment. Are you going to give me all your details now? Or do you want to do a bit of freestyle skydiving? Okay, I'll tell you. There's a good boy. Well, put me back on the ground. Oh no, not until you give me all your bank details. But that's all on my phone. Where's your phone? Let me get it for you. Ah! Right, that does it. I'm going to leave you hanging around. It won't matter whether you survive or not. It'll be the end of you either way. Now, if you excuse me, I have work to do. You're not going anywhere. Has no one told you it's rude to gate crash a party? Still picking on Eduardo, I see. I told you last time to leave him alone. When does anyone listen to you, Grendel? You obviously didn't. I'll make sure shortly that I, and no one else, will need to again. The mission is nearly complete and we'll be moving out soon. This is your last chance to leave in one piece, Thaddeus. Remember last time? You were just lucky. This time, however, luck won't be on your side. Huh? Ah, wait! What the fuck? You won't be causing trouble for a while. Up you come, Eduardo. Thank you, Grendel. I knew you would rescue me. Well, you are a valuable source of income for me, so it wouldn't be exactly great to lose you. I'm valuable! Grendel's the best! Would that you would be able to help me carry Thaddeus downstairs to the front lobby? Everyone should be ready for extraction by now. Wouldn't a helicopter be easier? Not with our haul, it wouldn't. Oh my god. Put him down here. Okay. Where the hell have you been? I've just had word Mr. Jones will be arriving in approximately 5 minutes. Just had to deal with Thaddeus here. He's very... Presume he's still alive? Yes, unfortunately. Where are your friends? Oh, this is absolutely fantastic. I've just found... we're having trouble subduing some prisoners. Could you come and help us? Hadase? Of course, be glad to. Lead the way. Don't be long. You wouldn't want to be left behind. You idiot, you almost gave the game away. Oh, please, she's got nothing between her ears at all. A snail would beat her in an IQ test. What happened here? Oh, security decided to try and make a stand here earlier. It got pretty messy, unfortunately. We lost a few people, too. Hadase and her friends are keeping an eye on those that surrendered. Some of them should make good recruits. What about those who don't? Well, Mom has said that even the most unwilling participant can still serve us. So, I presume she will have something ready. Well, I'd better get all the bodies collected. Do you want to help? I'd love to help. It's not going to be pleasant, but it is a necessity. We don't want to leave any evidence behind. Understood. Along the way, I'll contact the boys. They're late in arriving with all the goodies. Let me out of here! Now! No, you're going to stay here until the end of midterm break. It'll give you a chance to reflect on your behavior. Make the most of the opportunity whilst you can. I'm at a loss for words. You don't seem to be. We're in the presence of a criminal mastermind. Thank you, thank you. Autographs later. We are not going to tell anyone we know you. If anyone asks if we do, I'm going to have to lie. Lie! It'd be the only way of staying out of prison. Don't worry, no one will be interested in us. I really hope not. When I'm ruling this backwater place, I'll make sure you are both well looked after. Backwater? I hate to think what you mean by well looked after. You'll find out when the time comes. In the meantime, I'll continue. Ah, that's the end of it. What the heck is this music? Hi, Lulu. We are doing. Okay, hang on. Let me. So I'm actually doing a stream for an event called Feedback Quest. I'm actually one of the admins in these events. What they are is they are game jams where people submit their games to get feedback on them. And the whole idea is basically people play the games, give feedback on what they think could be like ways to make improvements, and then that's pretty much it. And whatever game is like rated the highest, I think there's some prize, but I actually don't. I need to talk more with the head of this group about that. But for this event, we're doing 4 visual novel games. So I got this one just done now, and we're going to be moving on to the next one in a moment. Congratulations, Kaylee. You've completed the demo version of this visual novel. I bet you're dying to find out what happens next. Well, head over to the Steam page to buy a copy of the full game when it's available. Then, once you've bought a copy for yourself, buy the game for your friends and family. We'd like to add that Welcome to Chichester Loves Labor's Lost will be coming to DL site and itch.io just after the Steam release. Thank you for that. Glad to help. Well, there you have it. Multiple places to buy this riveting game. And yes, visual novels are games. You've got an action-packed story to immerse yourself in, along with multiple endings. No doubt you will have noticed some graphics missing, but don't worry. Everything will be correct and present in the full version. I guess that's like the fight scene. Like, that's supposed to be like fully animated. Now, as for pricing, Grendel! Come here! We'll have to discuss how much this game will cost later. Yeep! I love that last little bit of comedy at the end. Oh, that was perfect. Oh, that was fun. Okay. I forgot how much I actually enjoyed this game. Enjoyed this last time. So right off the bat, the music, fantastic. I also just adore the storyline for this. It's enjoyable. There definitely was a lot of choices. Some of them, it didn't seem as impacting as others. Like there were some that like definitely seemed like I feel like these ones probably didn't matter. But what did matter was that there were choices earlier on. Like there was the one where you choose to answer the phone, and I noticed after a certain point that it brought up how you've made that choice, and it's like, oh, okay. So I do think that there is going to be some choice into this. I'm going to give it there. Puzzles and logic. There's not really puzzles in this game. So I'm going to instead go off of the story logic for things. We never saw this scene. I'm sad. This is right. okay. This whole thing friggin' cracked me up. And it's like, yeah, okay, I'm gonna give it to that. So we do the CAPTCHA, stairs. I don't think these are stairs. There we go. Okay. Hang on, let me get some background music up. Did I keep Winamp open? No, I did not. Of course I didn't. Why would I not? Why would I not do this smart thing? Actually, let me. We'll just keep this up. Indicate. Where we'll admit. Oh yeah. Have much. Or okay, there we go. That is Welcome to Chichester. Loves Labor's Lost. So next, let's take our attention to. Hang on, let me check the chat for a sec. Okie doke. Let's go to. No, you know what? I want to say Sweet Science. Let's do When the Lake Shines, It's Reflected on Her Eyes. Oh, this is one of these ones. Okay. $264 words? I'm actually kind of curious now. Okay, hang on. Let me just do this. Let me do a quick check. Okay. Just give me one moment while I get this set up. Interesting. So this is how it's actually designed. So we're going to play how it's designed. Wake up. Waking up from what felt like an eternal nightmare, you were met with precious shines of light reflected in a bottomless lake. Sensations of humidity, a clear, peaceful mind. Your body motionless, weightless, without any trace of previous pains, hanging since seemingly forever and never, the passage of time unknown. Dark. Dark is all you see. Darkness surrounds you. It permeates you, filling your mind with doubt. Why am I here? Who am I? Is this a reward? A punishment? For what actions? When did they happen? Why? 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 However, light persisted, giving darkness contours, shapes, forms, striking a beautiful balance between elements, synchronized in harmony. The fuck is these visuals? Hope. Hope is created, and as it penetrates your spirit with emotions, a figure almost divine, celestial, emerges from the reflections of the perfect, crystalline mirror of water. What the fuck am I looking at? Her eyes, her eye, gazing upon your resting body with a sentiment of care and sweetness like no other, unexplainable in any language that isn't love, passion, and above all, desire. But as quickly as she came, she vanished. Light, hope, and even darkness following her, leaving a void of nothingness to try to grasp onto. The cycle of creation, consciousness, abandonment, repeating for what felt like eons and moments at the same time, always disturbing the peace of your suffering. She was the embodiment of cruelty, despair, the loss of everything. But her coming was also a carrier of hope, found feelings, and fulfillment of new needs. Was this heaven? Or was it hell? The only truth is that when the lake shines, it's reflected on her eye. All right, that's interesting. Interesting. So this is definitely. Let me close this. Go back. This is definitely a experimental piece. So there's not really much in terms of choice, obviously. So I gotta do that, and there's not really. The visuals are definitely interesting, but there's no music, so I'm gonna put it there. And it's definitely a fun and interesting experience. Sorry, not fun, but just interesting the way it's set up. Like I said, the visuals are really peculiar. I do want to see more about this. I have to wonder how quickly he made this. I'm actually legit curious now. Because yes, because they also made Wayfed 2. Right. I was kind of surprised. And then obviously there's not really much for puzzles, and you can't really go off of logic. So I kind of there's not a lot there yet. There needs to be more to make it substantial. Let me pull up my review here. The visuals for this piece mess with me a bit. They felt disturbing yet welcoming. I do want to see more about. Beyond that, however, it obviously is very short. Doesn't have any real choice impact, nor any puzzles or logic to work through. It also lacks for music. Yeah, this one went very fast. I was like, wait, what the heck, really? It's obviously very short, doesn't have any real choice impact. Why did that do that? Why did that do that? What the fuck? What the fuck? There we go. I don't really have a lot about it. Fawning over a corpse. This one seems like it might be kind of creepy. I kind of want to see where this goes. So let's quickly get this. Fawning. What a friggin' what a name. Fawning over a corpse. Let's check how that works. Cool. Not what I wanted to do. Sorry. Da, da, da. Close that. That's opened. Go here. I already am very concerned about this artwork. Uh-oh. Let's go to options. Window.get window code is not a function. Ooh, that's not good. again. Alright, it's not coming up, so let me change to here. There we go. Unfortunately, it does not seem to have a full screen version. Alright, well, let's begin. Fawning over a corpse. Fawn doesn't get up for midnight smacks. When she goes to bed, she doesn't awaken until her alarm starts yelling. I'm the one who's the insomniac. That's why I knew something was wrong when I found her kneeling in front of the fridge that night. Huh? Oh god, if it's what I think it is. I look up and away from my monitor at the sound of the fridge being opened. Shuffling footsteps are dull in my ears, muffled by my closed door. I don't stop to question how stupid I look as I lean over and grab the metal bat resting against my bed, pulling up my socks to hide my footsteps as I creep to the door and crack it open. Do not be a burglar. Do not be a burglar. Do not be a burglar. No sign of movement. My next instinct is to check on Fawn. If she's woken up by now, I can barricade myself in her bedroom with her as we wait for the cops to come. 2 women against an unknown apartment burglar don't stand a chance. Even I'm smart enough to know that. I wish I didn't drop out of those martial arts classes. It's a stupid, fleeting thought, yes, but one that has crossed my mind many times before. Being this weak and useless has always been a sore point for me, and there's no better time to face this insecurity than when while you're staring down the potential of a goddamn home invader in our apartment. Now, with myself completely out of my room, I lean over and all but lunge over to Fawn's bedroom, slipping in through the door and gripping my phone in my other hand. Alright, now what's left is to tell her what's going on. I glance over to her bed, but it's empty. Fawn? Oh my god. Oh my god. Where is she? Why isn't she in bed? She should be here. A quick inspection of her bed reveals to me that the mattress is still warm, and the edges of her blue comforter turned inwards. That can only mean she's out there. Go to the kitchen. No, I'm not going to sit by and do nothing. Not this time. No more playing around. If I'm going to die, I'm going to die protecting my fiancé. Sealing my nerves is the easy part. Gripping my bat so tight my knuckles start to lose color, I pull the door open and start to sprint out with wavering confidence. One moment. And properly slip like a damn cartoon before landing straight on my back. Oof. These stupid floors. My heart skips a beat at the sound of the door creaking open until... Dana? There's no burglar, is there? No, silly, I was just getting a snack. The face of my fiancée fills my gaze as she leans down to help me up, giving the top of my head a gentle pat. Waves of embarrassment crash through me, from the roots of my hair all the way to my ankles. Whoops. I'm glad that you were this ready to run out and fight someone for old me, though. Really. I don't know why, but I find myself wrapping her in a tight hug. Chin resting on the top of Fawn's head, I bite back the urge to cry. It scared the shit out of me. I thought someone broke in. I'm sorry for scaring you, Dana. I didn't mean to. I was just hungry was all. It's fine. It's fine. It wasn't your fault. But as the night settled in, and we both assured one another everything is fine, some inkling of a thought begins to nag at my brain. Try as I might, thought just wouldn't go away. Leaning my forehead against my hand, the glow of my computer screen is the only thing that illuminates my eyes as the question runs through my brain 1,000 times a second. Why was she up? It doesn't make sense. Our schedules are almost the polar opposite of one another. I'm lucky enough to have a night shift job doing some bullshit data entry for whatever company, but Fawn's schedule is much more regular. When she goes to bed, she needs every second of sleep she can get. That's the whole reason why we even sleep in separate rooms. I don't want my work to disturb her. I don't know. No matter how much I pick my brain, I can't find a reasonable answer. Deciding to finish my work and head to bed, I try my damnedest to put the issue due behind me. It's probably not even an issue, just a little deviation from what I know. When I wake up in the late afternoon, the unease in my stomach starts to worsen. Shit, I overslept. Sitting up in my bed, I run my hand down my face to clear the sleep out of my eyes. A look at my phone makes me wince at how late it is. Fawn's probably coming home soon. I have a few hours to make some food for myself and greet her before my shift starts. Untangling the sheets off of my legs and scrambling out of bed, I make my way to the kitchen. The sight that greets my eyes is not something I expected to see. In all honesty, I'd expect myself to be the only person in our apartment at this time of day. Breakfast. I need me some breakfast. I think we have spaghetti in the fridge still. Spaghetti's good enough as breakfast when it's 5 p.m. Yeah? Yeah, it's good enough. I'll eat it cold too. Why not? All my lighthearted muttering stops in an instant when I turn my head and see Fawn kneeling in front of the fridge. If she noticed me, she sure didn't act like it. Her attention is turned toward the open refrigerator more than anything else. A quick glance at the floor reveals she's been sitting there for a while now. Containers of leftovers, all with various amounts of food in them, scatter the tiles surrounding Fawn. Looking up, I take a notice of the glass container in her left hand. It used to be where we stored the extra spaghetti I made a few days ago. Now, Fawn was shoving it into her mouth as fast as she could with her other hand. She wasn't even stopping to chew, I don't think. She finishes up with the spaghetti and tosses the container onto the ground. Clattering jolts ring out through the kitchen, causing my heart to stutter in its rhythm. I can't help but shudder when she tears open a thin plastic bag of raw ground beef and starts to eat. Holding back my urge to throw up is growing more and more difficult by the second. And now that I was looking at her in the daylight, when did Fawn lose weight? I don't remember her being this thin. It's hard to even look at her devouring raw meat of all things. Fawn, are you okay? Is everything okay? She doesn't respond. If anything, she doesn't even seem like she heard me. Her eyes are glazed over, stuffing handfuls of what I can only describe as mush into her mouth. It's barely even identifiable as beef before she devours it, grabbing anything she can get her hands on, tearing into it all like some sort of starving animal. The visceral horror that overwhelms me makes me feel as if I stumbled upon a bear in its campsite. No, what the hell am I thinking? This is Fawn, not a wild animal. As if she'd bitten into an overripe tomato, red juices start to drip down the corner of her chin. I tried calling for Fawn again, louder this time. Fawn? Fawn! Still no response. I approach her, careful not to step on any containers, and place my hand on her shoulder. I could swear I heard her snarl before her head whipped around to me. It takes a minute for her eyes to flash with recognition. Dana? Are you alright? Yeah, just spaced out a bit, I think. She chuckles humorously, standing up and looking over the viscera surrounding her. I'll get them up. I moved to stop her before pausing. She seemed fine now, so I should just leave her be. She was fine, right? I was just imagining it? Yeah, Fawn wasn't an animal, not in the slightest. Even if she has some binge-eating habits, she was no animal. It just means I had to get more groceries. I had really, truly, sincerely tried to delude myself into believing my own lies. But they were only dreams, and deep down I knew that. I've held on to these wishes as tightly as I did, because grappling the truth would have sent me free falling down the already crumbling edge of stability. The truth that Fawn, my rock, my love, my dearest, was wasting away before my very eyes. I did everything I could. I really did. I tried so hard to bring Fawn back from the dark place she's been going down at a frightening speed. No one could say I didn't give it my all. But she kept saying she was fine, that she was okay, that I shouldn't worry about her. As the weeks passed, she kept eating and eating everything we could, drooling listlessly as she did. Even still, she kept losing weight. I still stayed with her, though. Stayed as long as I could, trying to get her to seek help. Even then, I couldn't just let her starve. So despite everything, I bought her more and more food to eat. Anything so my love wouldn't be in such hunger and thirst. But it wasn't enough. Fawn? Fawn, I'm home. Struggling to hold the multiple plastic bags of food I bought from the convenience store down the corner, I pushed the door closed with my foot and stepped through. It's quieter than I expected. I'd left the house while Fawn was on the phone ordering a pizza. Delivery, specifically. She's been doing that a lot. When we didn't have any more food in the house, she'd start ordering takeout. My bank account is starting to sag, but I'm doing it all for her because I love Fawn. Because I love her and I'm not scared of her at all. Even when she snaps at the littlest things. When I set the groceries down, taking my surroundings, I realize the smell of something is in the air. It's not cooking or anything, and it's clashing with the scent of pizza. Fawn? Uh-oh. Fawn, where are you? Did she leave? Blinking once, I hold my breath and try to listen for her. Soft tearing and chewing noises are just barely audible if I strain my ears, somewhere in the dining room. When I release my breath and look down, a floor covered in blood fills my vision. Whose blood is this? Muffling a gasp, I drop the bags onto the floor and start to back away. The blood seems to be coming from the fridge? Rivulets of crimson blood from the edges of the door and onto the ground. I look up the sink. The sink only drips if someone turned it on a few minutes ago. Blood streaks line the stainless steel. What happened here? Look in the fridge. What the hell is in the fridge? A low sinking feeling in my stomach only deepens as I advance over to the fridge. Even if Fawn confronts me about it now, I can act like I'm just putting away the groceries. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Thank God. The slightest sigh of relief is expelled from my chest. I guess I'm just on edge. I know Fawn. She'd never do something like this. The mostly empty fridge shines a harsh white light upon my face. It's bright and clean. I recently scarfed it out after Fawn emptied it again. It's too clean. I look down and realize that the blood wasn't coming from our fridge. It's pooling from the freezer. Oh no. Despite everything in me screaming to pull away and leave it alone, I kneel down and open the drawer. Oh my God. Ah! The soulless look in the young man's eyes tears through all the flesh and bone in me, prodding straight into my mind, as if he's asking why I let this happen to him, why I wasn't there to stop. Dana, are you hurt? I don't even think to respond to Fawn. I break into a mash dash for the bathroom and slam the door behind me. This isn't happening. This isn't real. She would never do something horrible like this. Fawn would never hurt anyone. There had to be some other reason that I couldn't think of. Dry heaving fills the claustrophobic bathroom around me. Oh, wait. That's me. I swallow down the metallic forewarning of vomit before I spew into the bathtub. Pulling away from the door as it rattles, I glance back at the sole window in the bathroom. Why am I so intent on finding ways to escape? Dana, are you okay? Please answer me. Hi, Fawn, what did you do? Why is the pizza guy in our freezer? Did you do that? Did you? I clap my hand over my mouth. Yelling has always been a line too far for me. My dad always yelled whenever he was upset, and I never wanted to be like that. She didn't hurt anyone. She couldn't have. Fawn can explain this all away, right? I could have just asked her and saved all the trouble. I had to protect myself. If I hadn't done it, he would have hurt me or worse. What? Dana, please open the door. Please. You know I love you. I'm not a bad person. All I wanted was to protect myself. You killed. The realization of what she's done spins through my mind 1,000 times over. But if I don't say it out loud, maybe it won't be true. As if my acknowledgement is what everything hinges on. Please don't use that word. It's so ugly. Just answer the question. Even I'm startled at how loud I've shrieked. I did what I had to do. Had to. That's all. Please don't call the cops, love. I can't lose you. I'm dreaming. That's all this is. This isn't how Fawn really acts. Not in a million years. I don't know how long I sat there, trembling against the icy bathtub, sobbing to myself. All I know is that Fawn had eventually left the doorway. Perhaps she wandered to the kitchen and started to eat. When I'm sure it's just me, I stand up and unlock the door. It's almost nighttime anyway. It's time for me to go to work. Maybe it's wrong of me to try and snap back to normal after seeing something that horrific. I don't know. Part of me feels like if I dwell on it, I'll just fall to pieces. Yeah, I didn't get much done. Who could focus on work after something like that anyway? Certainly no sane person, that's for sure. Instead, I found myself in a frantic haze, looking up anything that could have been remotely related to Fawn's descent. Chronic wasting disease? That only happens to, like, deer and elk, right? But all the symptoms are lining up. I don't know. I don't know. It doesn't make sense. Well, her name is Fawn, so she probably she is connected to deer. Tapping the down arrow key on my keyboard, I scroll past the symptoms section of my page. I pull when does she appear? I've pulled up. My fingers burn from how much it rolled across my mouse's scroll wheel. My eyes stinging from the blue light. There's also a scribble there. Emboldened in black text is one simple phrase. No cases of chronic wasting disease have ever been reported in humans. Shit. Either I'm completely off my mark or my fiance is breaking new medical ground without even knowing it. Why did it have to be Fawn of all people? Why couldn't it have been anyone else? Of course, I wasn't just going to sit back after things I've seen. It could just be wrong, but above all else, I really do think Fawn needs help. I just wanted to get as much information as I could before I ran and got her help. Even if I was afraid of her, I wanted to know what she was suffering from. Blinking hard to clear my eyes, I click away from the page and start to scroll again. It's 3 in the morning now, and my mind is spiraling down the brink of horror the more I look. Sometimes, I think I can almost see her just standing there with me. It's so faint, and probably a trick of the light, but it leaves me with a prickly feeling in my chest. A low, guttural groan of pure exhaustion rumbles from my chest. I plant my head on my desk. I don't want to get up, but eventually I find myself sitting up again and leaning over to grab an old camcorder. I've always been a sucker for older technology, even if I knew that my phone could make much better video. The path to the video in question is something I've executed 100 times over. Do you like it? I finished putting together your desk and set up your computer. I know you have some posters that you want to put up yourself, and your books are still in their boxes, but I just wanted to get this set up for you. Oh, it's perfect! Thank you so much, dear, really. God, who knows how long I've been working on that. I'll finish up with the kitchen in a few, don't worry. Fawn looks at the camcorder and smiles. Love, are you recording? Yes, sorry. I'm just feeling sentimental right now, you know? Might look back on all of this at some point and all. Getting out of my dad's place and getting to be with yous just got me feeling all mushy inside, you know? Oh, you don't have to apologize for it. I think it's sweet. Looking back now, I realized that this was the moment when our apartment started to feel like a home. The place was half decorated at best, but in 2 days, I developed a sense of belonging in my heart that I never had with my dad. My engagement ring glimmers in the dim light of the video. It's brand new, and I'd only been wearing it a few weeks beforehand. We've been so in love and happy together. Why did it have to change? Huh? Dana, it's me. Fawn? I up to tears from my eyes and close the camcorder. Standing up and make my way to the door and open it an inch. As nervous as I am, I'm still talking to the Fawn I fell in love with. Do you still love me? Yeah, I do. I never stopped. You don't have to worry, really. I didn't mean to yell earlier. I guess I just panicked. Are you sure? Of course. Nothing I said was a lie. Even after everything she's done, I love her more than anything. I do anything for Fawn. That's why I'm trying to get her help. Scrubbing her eyes from the edges with the edges of her sweater and wiping the drool from her mouth, Fawn gives me a wavering smile. Even after everything today, I still see the beauty of her face. Dana? Yeah? Can I sleep in your room, please? I don't want to be alone tonight. Stay with me. It's okay. I won't keep you up or anything. Fawn isn't a monster or a horrible person. She's just a woman terrified of her disease, trembling like a malnourished doe. Her smile widens. For a moment, Fawn's eyes look so clear and beautiful again, and in an instant I was transported back to the days when the smell of cardboard boxes was thick in the air and our kitchen was half finished. Sorry, I hit the mic there. Thank you. I love you, Dana. I love you too. And that's why I'm doing this. Because I love you. Fawn must have been exhausted. She fell asleep the moment her head hit my pillow. My computer screen didn't seem to bother her in the slightest. She looked so peaceful like this. It's while looking at her, smiling soft and wrapped up in my blankets, that I make up my mind. I'd do anything for her. Even when she woke up with bloodshot eyes and took an arm out of the freezer to satiate her hunger, I didn't look away. Oh my god, she fucking ate the dude's arm. Not very proud to admit it, but I stayed for a while. Probably longer than I should have. It wasn't that bad anyway, right? Fawn never turned her gaze towards me. Besides, when she dined, she had a moment of lucidity that made me forget what was happening to her. I kept researching, looking up everything I could about chronic wasting disease. Either getting Fawn to help or knowing the ins and outs of what she was going through would put my mind to ease. I'm probably supposed to be getting Fawn help, or at least that's how it started. The hunger pangs were so subtle, I didn't realize what was happening. All I knew was that after a few days, I was throwing a little bit of extra food in for myself whenever I went shopping. Working became harder, spacing in and out of my thoughts were frighteningly common, and grew more so by the day. I was starving. Fawn ran out of meat the day I realized what was happening to me. But by then, I would have done anything to curb the pains that were growing deeper by the hour. That's a pity. We're all out of meat, Dana. Dana, what's the matter? I want to eat too. My voice, quiet and hoarse, can barely be heard over our breathing. Even in my foggy, starving stupor, my heart still skips a beat at the sight of Fawn's smile. See, I knew you'd come around. She leans in and kisses me ever so gently. Yes, that's how it all started. With her kiss. No, it's not just a kiss. It started with her love. She loved me so much, she wanted me to eat too. Let's go find some fresh meat, okay? Okay. Wow. Oh my god. That was kind of intense. I won't lie. Holy shit. That actually was kind of intense. What the fuck? Holy fuck, man. Okay, let's do another one. We will skip to the visuals are kind of interesting too. Not so much the. No, you know what? No, we won't. Wait, that drawing changed. Okay, let's go through this again. Go to the kitchen, wait for Fawn. I'm gonna wait for Fawn. I need to give out underneath me. I can't do it. I can't. I'm doing everything I can to manifest even a crumb of courage, but I can't. Fawn, I'm sorry. I can't go out there. No matter how much I try to will it in me, I can't do a single thing. My bat drops out of my hands, and I sink down with my back to the wall. Freezing up is the exact opposite of what I want and need to do, but here I am now. Before too long, I scramble to my feet as the door to Fawn's room keeps open. A mad dash to grab my bat punctuates the holler I can't help but let out. Sweetheart, are you okay? Hi. Whatever transcript my limbs wears off in an instant at the sight of her face, peering in through the door. Shooting back up to my feet, I grab her by the fabric of her shirt and pull her back into the room. Ha! Dana! Forget me, are you okay? I heard rustling in the apartment. Are you okay? You're not hurt. Have you called the cops yet? Do you need me? Call the cops? For what? A look of realization crosses Fawn's face, and she smiles wide. God, I could look at that smile for hours. Dana, that was me. I was getting a snack. I was hungry. Oh, oops. Sorry. Guess I overreacted. I dropped the bat onto the floor. Suddenly, my lack of bravado seemed even more pathetic than before. She wasn't even in any danger, and yet here I was, cowering like a fool. Fawn embraced me as I rest my chin on top of her head. I could feel her. Oh, don't worry. I'm actually happy you were ready to defend me. Makes me feel just a little bit safer. I figured it's probably for the best I don't mention how racked with terror I'd been, to the point where I couldn't even move. It helped me look not terrible in front of my fiancé. But as the night settled in... Okay. Breakfast. If she knows we shouldn't act, her attention turned. Hello, Mei Shing. Turned towards the open refrigerator more than anything else. Leftover food. Okay, this is all stuff that we've already done. I just Fawn lose weight. I don't remember her being this thin. It's hard to even look at her like this. Announce presence. It's probably for the best to let her know I'm here. I shouldn't startle her, though. Leaning over, I place my hand rather roughly on the nearby counter table and step forward onto the old floorboard that creaks whenever there's weight on it. To my surprise, it seems to actually snap her out of it. She gasps and looks up away from the raw meat. Her eyes meet mine, and for a second there's a wild and feral glimmer in them. It disappears within a breath's time, though, and I'm looking into the gaze of my fiancé again. Dana! When did you get up? I didn't hear you. A few minutes ago. My eyes are the first to look away. Instead, turning my attention to the carnage scattered across the ground. Not a word is uttered between us for what feels like ages. Fawn speaks up first. I'm sorry about the mess. I just got a bit hungry is all. I don't think that's just regular hunger. Don't worry about the mess, okay? I'll clean it all up. The fact that she's so calm about this whole situation only makes the pit in my stomach worsen. Try as I might, though, the words to describe my unease fails to appear on my tongue. I guess I'll pop out to the shops and restock for you, alright? Thank you, Dana. And with 1,000 words left unsaid, I make my way out of the apartment. I had truly... Okay... Everything good. It does seem to be like, I think primarily it's the last set of choices that make things... Oh, here we go. Whose blood is this? Muffling up bass. Ba, ba, ba. Okay, so we did the fridge last time, so we're going to do look in the sink. Proof Ron was just here. The kitten carries the least risk of a shard of banish thought in my head. I'm not scared of my fiance, no matter what my stupid mind tells me. Stepping over the blood, I peer into the sink. Oh, fun. The bloody meat cleaver lying in the sink seems to almost taunt me. Ah! Dana, are you hurt? Even after hearing the voice of my fiance, the panic that strikes my nerves takes over. Falling back and away from the cleaver, I step backwards into a pool of blood. It's still warm. What did she do? What did Fawn do? This isn't normal. This isn't right. This isn't... Before I can stop myself, I break into a sprint and head straight for the bathroom. I think this is going the same way. Hang on a second. Can I go back? That's me. This is all the same. Why is there a knife in our kitchen sink? Why is it bloody? I clap my hands over the mouth, yelling has all been a line. Had to protect myself. Please, you know I love you. I'm not a bad person. So ugly. Just answer the question. I did what I had to do. That's all. Please don't call the cops. Yep, still all the same. Is that an actual thing? Let me see. Chronic wasting. Oh my god, that is a thing. Holy shit, chronic... Okay, so this is an actual thing. Is a prion disease that affects deer, elk, reindeer, sika deer, and moose. It has been found in some areas of North America, including Canada, the United States, Norway, and South Korea. It may take over a year before an infected animal develops symptoms, which can include drastic weight loss, wasting, stumbling, listlessness, and other neurologic symptoms. CWD can affect animals of all ages, and some infected animals may die without ever developing disease. CWD is fatal to animals, and there are no treatments or vaccines. To date, there have been no reported cases of CWD infection in people. However, some animal studies suggest CWD poses a risk to certain types of non-human primates, like monkeys, that eat meat from CWD-infected animals or come in contact with brain or bodily fluids from infected deer or elk. These studies raise concern that there may be a risk to people. Since 1997, the World Health Organization has recommended that it is important to keep the agents of all known prion diseases from entering the human food chain. Interesting. This is an actual thing. Wow. Now we go into this cute little video. I like the pixel art. I like the way the pixel art is done in this. Also, her eye changes to be like happy. And I think like a little heart shape will appear here. Yeah. Huh? Dana, it's me. Okay. I don't want to let her in this time. Do you still love me? I'm not scared of her. I know she wouldn't hurt me, but I just can't let her see what I've been looking up in my spare time. She might get upset, say she doesn't need it, or do something worse. Her crestfallen expression makes the regret settle in immediately. It's not because of you. No, it's okay. I understand, really. See you in the afternoon, okay? Yeah. I love you, Fawn. I love you too. Slowly close the doors so softly I can't even hear the knob click into place. Aww. Didn't have the heart to look her in the eye until late the next day. By then, I walked right into the kitchen to watch her tear through the arm of someone whose name I would never know. And this time, I didn't look away. I didn't keep track of how much meat she had in the freezer. Maybe I'd hoped that if I kept my head down and played along with everything she wanted, Fawn would snap back to normal day. When she ran out, I helped her get more. I'm not proud of it, but I thought to myself, it's not so bad. I'm not the one doing the deed. I was just the lure. Fawn was the one who swung the knife. And it was okay for a while, months maybe. We settled into a cycle of love, fear, blood, and guts. Every day, I'd count how long it had been since we had to hunt. I prayed that the days between our nights out would become longer. Funny, isn't it? Even if I didn't keep stock of our supplies, I still counted it in a way by reminding myself of the days that passed between them. It usually took Fawn about 2 weeks to nibble on an entire snack. When 2 weeks became 3, I kept my hopes up. Part of me hoped that it was a sign of her recovery. If only I knew the truth. Dawn. Dana, can you come here, please? Sure, honey. Fucking elk picture there. Pining my elbow down on my knee to stop it from bouncing. I stand up and brace myself on the dining table. Fawn knows that I hate to watch her work. Even if it's beautiful in a horrible way. Even if she's become so skilled, watching her cut and dissect is like watching a painter create their masterpiece. She loves me so much, she lets me hide in the other room and block out the sounds of chopping and screaming. Blood splatters litter the room around us, and the miasma of death thickens the air, like a putrid reminder of what Fawn just did. The freezer is packed to the brim again. Judging by the look on her face, she hasn't eaten yet. What's the matter, dear? Okie doke, Mei Shing. Take your time. You know I love you, right? Mm-hmm. Then, you know that I wouldn't ever let anyone take you away. By the time I realize what's happening, she's already stepping forward, cleaver in hand. Fawn, wait, don't do this. Not me, too. We'll be together forever. Isn't that wonderful? I can only get a few steps away before she strikes me in the back, and I fall to the ground with a heavy thud. Pain searing through my shoulder blades makes my vision waver and my eyes water. I love you, Dana. For a moment, I almost feel as if wings were blooming from my back, like I was being set free from all my dread and worries. But I know that's just the wistful fantasies of a dying woman. At least Fawn wouldn't go hungry. At least my Fawn wouldn't go hungry. Wow. Wow. Oh fuck. I like this. Okay, I got enough on this. Storyline, all fucking I'm gonna go with that. Choice impact. Oh, that gets some full choice impact. Not much in terms of puzzles, but I love the inclusion of. Hey, I think about the on. Oh, there we go. I love the inclusion of an actual like disease in it. That and like tying that into the logic is kind of cool. Okay. I had a feeling this would be I had a feeling this would be creepy. Be creepy when I first. Oh wait. But I was not ready for where this went. Be a thing where Fawn dies. But instead eats people. What the fuck? I love. I think my favorite part was the pixel art used. The pixel art screens felt so lovely to look at, even if they were showing something horrible. It's a fun experience to be. It's the experience of the game is both it's both fun and horrific. If there was anything I would say needs improvement, it would be the drawings. I'm assuming you did these yourself, so I don't want to talk shit about. I don't want to talk badly about it. That said, some improved drawings would go well with the other would go well with the pixel art visuals to make things look cleaner and nice. Criticizing someone on criticizing someone on something that could just be a lack of skill. That could be on something on I don't like I dislike criticizing someone on not having the skill level to match what they're putting out. Otherwise, I love this so much. It's so creepy. It's so creepy and entertaining. But the amount different levels of horrificness. The endings I saw were horrifying in different ways, and I like that. All right, there we go. Ooh, wait a sec. Why is that? Why is that extra line there? That's probably why. Yep, there we go. Save. Done. Way. Well, we got one more, and this is the one I've been saving on purpose because I'll be honest, I've kind of know a few things about this game now, and I really like what this person's doing. So I will take a bit. I will take a moment to kind of explain things. So real quick, this is a game where all of the artwork, or at least the vast majority of it, is made using AI technology. And I think that's kind of an interesting concept. It's worth noting that the developer of the game 100% plans for the game to be free. They don't want to. They don't intend to sell it. It's something they're just making. Wait, this isn't right. I did this wrong. There we go. But overall, I remember when I played this before, I was very happy with it because it's a very sweet, innocent romance story, and it actually is a romance story. It's not like uh, it's not like it's like a hentai game. No, they've kept away from that, thankfully, and they've legit made it just a romance game. Is good for those easily served and for children according to our standard recommended for players 12 and older. I don't remember this intro at all. So, yeah, all the artwork in this is, or the vast majority of it anyway, is AI generated. I actually spoke a little bit with the maker of of the game because I was kind of curious about it because AI artwork is definitely a point of contention right now. There are a lot of people who think AI in terms of artwork should just not be a thing. And I don't think that they should be used to replace people. Like I think like in any sort of paid project, there should be artists. But if this person is planning to release this game for free, and it's purely them just using you making use of the AI stuff to like create their assets to make something for free, I think it's a little different. If they were also an artist who was using it to like improve their own development time or their own art time, I would say that's also good. Anyway, so we're going to start from the beginning.
Time never will, stopping returning. The
Oh, it still has my information from last action. Let me restart. Can I go back? Yeah, let's go back to the main menu, just so I can see that again.
time
Because
never will, stopping returning. The past will stand still. What if we're learning? It won't.
I like that. Da-da-da-da. I'll keep the name Hythrain. So the concept of this game is you kind of just go back in time and you go to this like high school science summer camp that you originally were supposed to as a teenager and then didn't for some reason. And the reason why nobody suspected anything was because you were there the whole time. The year 2000. The new millennium had begun. A new age full of hopes and possibilities. The internet would connect the world, solve conflicts, overcome dictatorships. The future was awesome and bright. That's what we thought. Reality was different. 2 years later, the optimism had evaporated, and I was in a rut. The fact that I had found a job at all as a law degree dropout was fortunate. There were over 4 million unemployed in the country, but life as a temp at a law firm specializing in dubious legal practices was hard and poorly paid. On good days, I was allowed to make coffee. Otherwise, all that remained for me were the dullest tasks. Little remained of my ideals, if I had ever had any. I spent my weekends in front of my PlayStation 2, and I was lonely. I had already been lonely in college. For the posh law students, I was a loser. I didn't get good grades, I was half orphaned, and my father was just a simple craftsman. They laughed at me behind my back. When I was finally allowed to take a few days vacation in the summer, I got up and drove my old Volkswagen Polo to the big lake on the border with Switzerland. Then it started to rain. At least the weather suited my gloomy mood. Through the rain, I could make out a castle I remembered from a long time ago. Silversea Castle. I decided on the spur of the moment, I left the highway and took the small road to the castle's front gate. Just a short walk, I thought, and got out of the car. I remembered that inside the castle was a posh boarding school. The kids of CEOs and presidents. Those were the typical students here. The gate was not locked. I thought about entering the park, but should I? Why not? The gate was not locked, and whom should I disturb during the school's holidays anyway? It still looked like it had back then, when I ran away from here. I was a high school student, just before graduation. At a regular high school, of course. That summer, I wanted to hitchhike to the south of France with some friends. But one of us got sick, and the others didn't feel like it anymore. And so my father signed me up for a science camp. A teacher had recommended me for it. Very uncool. Those kind of places are only for stupid nerds, freaks. What was I supposed to do there? My father drove me there in his rusty Volkswagen Beetle and dropped me off. The camp was to take place here in this posh boarding school, while the upper class kids were with their parents in Dubai or Tokyo or the Bahamas. The nerds were moving in here for a week. But I didn't participate. I just ran away. I ran away before even one of the teachers could see me. That night, I slept in an empty cabin in the woods. The next morning, I hitchhiked home. My father was furious, but he gave in and accepted my decision. He just made me call the camp director myself to apologize. However, I faked the call. In reality, I didn't dial the number at all. I just talked to the phone. Anyway, the people from science camp didn't seem to miss me very much. They never asked about the missing student. Now my father was dead. 8 years already. Maybe he was with Mom now and happy. But I was all alone. But what use was thinking about the past? I decided to go back to my car when suddenly... What on earth had just happened? And why was it suddenly sunny? If I had been unconscious or something, I still felt dizzy. I quickly walked back to the castle gate to get into my car, but my car was no longer there. I was sure I had parked it right here. Someone must have stolen it. I pulled out my cell phone to call the police. No signal. Sure, whenever you really need it, it's gone. I had no choice. I had to go to the castle and ask someone for help. At least I had my cell phone and wallet with me. Now in the sunshine, the castle looked even more like in my memory. Then I noticed a poster on the building. Was there another science camp at the boarding school? I take a closer look and was startled. 1992? The poster couldn't possibly be 10 years old. What was that about? At that moment, a girl passed by. Huh? What was she doing here in the middle of the vacation? Anyway, that wasn't important. I took the chance and spoke to her. Hello, excuse me. Could you help me, please? What do you want? And who are you, anyway? I am Hythrain. And you? Baroness Sylvia. Bar what? Baroness. Baroness Sylvia of Tensberg. Oh. Oh, okay. I'd never met a noblewoman before, at least not one who still attached importance to her title. Did a family of aristocrats still live in this castle? I thought it was just a boarding school now. Maybe she was a blue-blooded student. But in the middle of summer break? Anyway, there were more important things right now. Do you know what this poster... What does it mean? It's advertisement for the awful thing that is spoiling my vacation. But the year, it says 1992. Yes, what else should it say? Next week's lottery numbers are what? So it's really 1992? I can make fun of myself. I don't need others for that. Thank you. And I'd begun to hope that you were not like these annoying kids here. With these words, the girl left me standing. I looked after her, dumbfounded. Oh, don't worry about that. She's like that with everyone. I turned around. Another student? At least she looked friendly. But what were those funny ear things on her head? It was neither carnival nor Halloween. I'm Azuki, and you? Hi, Thrain. Are you in astronomy class too? Or, oh, you look a bit older. So are you one of the teachers, actually? Although, no, sorry, you're for sure not that old. I wasn't tall, and I was kind of used to people underestimating my age. At least she had some doubts about me being a high school student. Otherwise, my honor as a grown man would have been really offended. I was about to tell her that I was indeed not a student, but then she suddenly pointed to the poster. They even printed posters for our science camp. But the year? What about it? I froze. What was going on here? But suddenly, everything seemed clear to me. Okay, where's the camera? What camera? There must be a camera hidden somewhere. It's one of those stupid TV pranks. Admit it. I laughed. Why didn't I think of it immediately? Making people believe they're in the wrong year? Typical TV gag. Azuki looked at me strangely and said nothing. Then she laughed. You're funny, Hythrain. Where would there be a hidden camera here? I mean, of course there could be nano cameras floating around, but why would anyone use them here? Do you mean the year is correct? Yeah, why wouldn't it be? You sound like someone out of Back to the Future. Time travel only exists in Hollywood movies. Although some aliens believe in such nonsense, but it has been known for a long time that time travel is not possible. The speed of time can be changed, but to travel back isn't possible. Or did you come from the past? That would be possible, of course, and also super interesting. I always wanted to meet someone from earlier centuries, but you don't look like that either. What the hell was she talking about? But now I'm curious. Are you also in the astronomy class? No, I'm not in any class. Oh, then what are you doing here? That was a good question. If this was really 1992, what could I do? Hello! Oh, another new guy. I'm Patricia, but you can call me Patty. And this is Marie. What's your name? The girl with red hair snapped me out of my thoughts. Hello, I'm Hythrain? Hello, Hythrain. I am so excited. So many cool new people. So, has Azuki already entertained you with her science fiction stories? Azuki, you really have to tell me more of them. People always think you're serious. It's so funny. Patty couldn't stand still for a moment while she was talking. Are you in physics class too? Tell me you are also in physics class. To ward off her question, I turned to the girl who she had introduced as Marie. She seemed to be a bit younger than the others. And you are Marie? Which course are you in? Marie's a little shy, but she's in math class. Graph theory. I'm sure it's really exciting, but physics is cooler, of course. Although the inhabitants of 55 Cancreef F believe that graph theory is the key to divine power. Azuki, you are really great. You always say such funny things, as if they were absolutely real. Marie still couldn't get a word out. Phew. That's how I always imagine nerds, either nuts or too shy to even say hello. Patty's happy babbling was suddenly interrupted by a confident male voice. Ah, you must be Hythrain, the late registration. I'm glad that it worked out. But I still don't have any information from you about which course you're taking. Chemistry is full, but math, physics, and astronomy still have one place free. And you still have to tell me if you want to participate in the excursion to the Science Museum in Zurich. Then you would have to pay 10 marks. 10 marks? It felt like the ground was being pulled out from under my feet. Up until that moment, I had still had a feeling of security. My cell phone, ID, driver's license, enough cash. That worked well as a modern survival package. Even in the middle of the night, when you get totally lost while driving. Or when you miss the last train in some godforsaken town. But here, everything was completely different. My money was worthless. Euros? They didn't even exist yet. My ID card, my driver's license, with issue dates in the future, also invalid. And my cell phone? Cell phones didn't exist yet. And anyway, whom could I call? Hi, Dad. I'm your son. Not the one who just ran away, but the other one from the future. A future in which you have already died. I shuddered. No, I couldn't possibly talk to him. I had no choice. I had to stay here for now and somehow find my way back to my time. I pulled myself together. No, I'm not going on the field trip. All right. And what course will you take? Oh, come join me in physics class, please. I love looking at the stars. And you? Eek, the girls all wanted me to come to their class. Well, I decided spontaneously, just trusting my feeling. I think last time I was doing the astronomy stuff. So, I'm going to be honest. We're going to go physics. I fucking love Patty. Yeah! Also, I got to look something up just real quick. Okay. This is going to be super cool and super exhausting with such a bundle of energy as a classmate. And so I became a student again in the Dirty Science camp at Silversea Castle, where I had never wanted to go. But that was just the beginning of my adventure. Good. Then that's cleared up. Here's a note with information about the camp. The boys sleep in the east wing, go through the main entrance, and turn right. We don't lock the rooms here. Your room is on the 3rd floor, room 305. There's no elevator in the castle, of course, but you look fit. Well, at least I didn't have any luggage. The room is usually occupied by a boarding student, so make sure everything stays in place, otherwise we'll get in trouble. But so far it has always worked out. You high flyers just seem to be a bit more sensible than the normies in my school. My stomach growled audibly. Oh dear. I hadn't eaten for a while. The last time was... No, in 10 years. Man, that was really confusing. Sounds like you're hungry already. Don't worry. Dinner's early here. You better come down to the cafeteria as soon as you're done unpacking. See you soon. And so I said goodbye to the girls and went in search of my room. Not bad. A room to myself, at least. But honestly, not as luxurious as I had imagined. The guy who lived here had a lot of books. Puns and Roses, The Terminator 2, and a few posters, heavy metal and stuff like that. Back to the 90s. I don't want the... Used to be a ton back in the day I let them hang. Then I spotted a blue suitcase with a note stuck to it. With my name on it. For Hythrine. Sorry about the accident, but I know it's too late to fix it right away, unfortunately. Anyway, here are some useful things for you. I wish you a nice week at Silversea Castle. A friend? What the hell did that mean? I opened the suitcase. Inside, clothes, underpants, socks, t-shirts, pajamas, jacket, toothbrush, toothpaste, everything you need on a trip. It was all brand new. The choice of clothes was a bit daring in some cases. But why was the toothpaste for children? It said Junior on the package. But all in all, it was definitely better than nothing. And then there was a thick envelope. I opened it, and I pulled out a bundle of money, all in 100 DM bills. Whew, that was a lot of money. But that solved some of my problems for the time being. Thank you, dear friend. I sat down on the bed and looked at the info sheet. So there were 4 courses, each taught by one teacher. Math by Dr. Kind. Cute name. Physics by Mr. Young. Maybe an Englishman? Chemistry by Mr. Mittner. How appropriate. But Lise was probably not his first name. Lise Meitner was a famous physicist and chemist who was instrumental in the discovery of nuclear fission. That's actually cute. Astronomy by the head of the Academy, Baron von Tensberg. Wait a minute. I stumbled. That had been the last name of that arrogant cow, hadn't it? Then that guy in jeans and t-shirt just now was probably her father. Those two did not go together at all. But that also explained why she was here in the castle, even though she wasn't taking any classes. Breakfast at 8 o'clock every day, then classes from 9 to 1 p.m., lunch, classes again from 2 to 4, then free time, and on some days an evening event. I find that weird. Like 4 hours, an hour off, and then 2 hours. Why not do 3 2 3 1 3? I continued reading. So vacations in the week. So Monday was excursion or free day. So a free day for me, I guess. Optional trip to Zurich to be booked in advance. Otherwise, free day. Introductory course. To go. Chinese board game. Night hike and astronomical observation with the astronomy course. Science camp party traditionally organized by the students. Final presentation of the 4 classes. Farewell. Individual departure. The rest was not so important to me for now, but it was a full program. Then I had one more important task, to find the way back to my time. By Friday at the latest. But for now, I went to eat. When I arrived, the cafeteria was already pretty full. I chose a dish. There are actually several to choose from. Not bad. Then I took a quick look around. Then Patty waved at me so violently that she almost knocked her drink over. The quiet Marie and Azuki, who was daydreaming and didn't seem to see me, were already sitting at her table. I was about to join them when I saw a lone girl in a yellow dress at the next table, Sylvia. I'll do this one. As I approached, she stood up. Hello, Sylvia. Would you like to join our table? What am I supposed to do with you nerds? Come on, eating alone is boring. I'd rather sit with someone who isn't boring. With myself, for example. I shrugged my shoulders and went to the others. Hello, everyone. Hello, Hythrain. What kind of food do you have? Pizza, too? Great choice here, right? Hello. Oh, I was so surprised that Marie had said something that I couldn't think of an answer. Well, Hythrain, you see, our Marie can talk. She just doesn't talk as much nonsense as I do. At that moment, we were interrupted. Sylvia put her plate noisily at a vacant place at our table. There's a cold breeze at the other table. I have to sit here. Okay. I looked at the others. That doesn't mean I wouldn't rather eat alone. Of course it doesn't. I love that bit. So began our first dinner together in peaceful harmony. Or something like that. I turned to Patty and Marie. Tell me, have you known each other for a long time? Yes, of course. From the Physics Olympiad. And the Math Olympiad and the university seminars for pupils and the preparatory courses for the National Mathematics Competition. All right. It's great how one can always make friends at events like that. There are no dullers like at school. Instead, there are totally exciting, nice people like Azuki or you, Hythrain. Ahem. I'm sure you're okay too, Sylvia. Sylvia pretended she didn't hear the stress in the word okay. At some point, even Sylvia couldn't help herself and joined in the conversation. I also wanted to get a question off my chest. Is Baron Tensberg your father? Yes, he is. And now I'd rather talk about something interesting. That was the end of the topic for her. Wow, those two didn't get along very well. We continued talking about this and that. At some point, Marie looked at her watch and then interrupted us. We have to go to class. Indeed, the cafeteria had already become emptied quite a bit. We quickly put our dishes back and went to the classrooms. Patty and I sat down in our classroom where the physics class was to be held. She didn't know the teacher yet either, so we were both curious. Hello, everyone. I'm Mr. Young. What the heck? What was he meant to be? A crossover between a punk and a demon summoner? Patty's mouth hung open as well. I will introduce some secrets of physics. Relativity theory, quantum field theory, quantum loop theory, and so on. There will be a few lectures from me, but maybe it's too much for most of you, but that doesn't matter. You can learn what it's like not to understand everything. Very important experience for your studies. You will also do projects in groups of 2 on topics that I have already prepared. You can work on them whenever you want. The lab is open day and night, and you can use everything you find there. So we'll have an exciting week together. But do you have any questions in advance? I looked around and saw only questioning faces. I guess even most of the super nerds had no idea about the topics Mr. Young wanted to teach. But of course nobody dared to ask. They were all still kids. Should I maybe? I'm gonna ask about the outfit. Why strange? Isn't this a normal hakama I'm wearing? What? I thought it was normal. I'll have to do some more work on that. Sorry. Any other questions? Yes, sure, for most of them. But I'm just going by what the best here needs to know. The best here? What did he mean by that? And wait, was it just me, or was he looking at Patty instead of me? Besides, after my lectures, you still have a lifetime to think about the contents. Great, since there are no more questions, let's start with a short review of special and general relativity. We have 1 hour tonight. That should be enough for such basics. Theory of relativity? Basics? That had not even come up in my advanced physics course. Mr. Young started right away. Let's begin with something very simple. We'll build a clock as a thought experiment. It consists of 2 mirrors at a distance of DO, between which a light beam passes back and forth. The clock simply measures how many times the beam has been reflected back and forth. Since the speed of light c is constant, as we know from Einstein, we can thus calculate how much time has passed. What if we put the clock into a fast spaceship? Let's say the clock now flies with speed v. As seen from Earth, the light beam must now travel farther from mirror to mirror, and since the speed of light is constant, it needs longer for this, TV. But we measured the time in the spaceship with this clock. So all of a sudden, time passes slower there. I had to think of what Azuki had said about time travel, that time could run slower. So that was actually true. But when we are sitting in the spacecraft, we don't notice anything at first. Only when we come back from our journey, much more time has passed on Earth in the meantime. You have surely heard about the twin paradox. One twin goes on a journey, the other stays on Earth, and when one comes back after a few months, the other is already an old man. The whole thing can be measured experimentally with accurate atomic clocks. You can already do it today, even if the velocities are much smaller than c. And this is actually, I believe this is kind of a thing that like an actual thing that they've tested, where when you are traveling very fast, everything slows down around you. They did this with, I think, like a fighter jet, where like it started with a synced clock, and then it made a flight, and then when it was done the flight, it was like, oh no, it's like off, it's like behind, and the amount it was behind was actually consistent with Einstein's theory. And that's the kind of thing that like Einstein wouldn't have had the ability to test at that time. So for his theory to be right, it's kind of crazy. With accurate time, but one can also calculate the effect exactly. For this, one needs just a little geometry. Have a look. I whispered to Patty, "Do you know all this already?" Roughly, but it's good that he's summarizing it again briefly. And the others here? Patty looked briefly at the others again, as if she was quickly assessing the level of knowledge of our classmates in her head. For most of them, it's probably completely new. But sorry, have to concentrate now. I tried my best to follow Mr. Young, and have to admit that he was actually pretty good at explaining. Better than my old physics teacher anyway. But when I got to general relativity with space-time tensors and so on, I gave up. Whew, that was too much for me. I looked around. Patty was still listening, spellbound and diligently taking notes. Mr. Young seemed to be looking at her constantly. The others seemed to be giving up as well, one by one. So that's it for today with the review. Now we have to divide the group for the projects. I didn't really care, since I didn't know anyone anyway, except Patty. And I absolutely didn't want to be in a group with her. She was definitely too good for me. Then Mr. Young asked abruptly, "Patty, whom do you want to work with?" "I don't know." "Okay, who would like to work with Patty? Maybe you, Suzanne?" The one he pointed to squirmed a bit and said something like, "Maybe not this time." Patty was obviously super embarrassed. "Sorry about last time. I know it was my fault, but it was just a tiny little electric shock." "Oh, then maybe someone else? Robert?" But Robert said something about an explosion and that he wasn't tired of living. A few classmates whispered audibly, And the next person Mr. Young asked also knew about an experiment that had gone up in flames and declined with thanks. Someone murmured something about Peril Patty, and some classmates laughed. Yes, alright, I get it. I'll just do the project alone. Somehow I felt sorry for Patty. My helper syndrome told me to work with Patty, but my survival instinct told me helper syndrome told my helper syndrome to shut up. What was I supposed to do? Fuck no, I'm going to do it with Patty. Wonderful, that's great. And don't worry, I'm sure nothing bad will happen. An amused murmur went through the room. It seemed that our classmates didn't really believe it. What the fuck? Thank you very much, Hythrin. That's sweet. And I'll be more careful this time, too. I promise. And so I had another quest to complete. Survive the experiments with Peril Patty. Oh, I like this already. I'm glad I went down this path. Well, that's it for today. We'll look around tomorrow. At that moment, screams sounded from outside. Fire! Fire! It wasn't me this time, I promise. Sure, but either way, I guess we'll have to evacuate the room. So, please don't run, but calmly leave the room. As soon as Mr. Young said that, he ran as fast as he could. We ran out of the classroom. Outside, there was reddish smoke everywhere, and two boys ran past us laughing. I think they're in the chemistry class. Max and Moritz, those two again. Whenever the Chaos Twins are in a class, there's always trouble. Then the chemistry teacher came running out. He stopped, completely out of breath. If I catch you... Oh, it's no use. The times when you're allowed to slap children like that are over. Well, at least the smoke isn't dangerous. Even though the two of them are really a nuisance. They're top in chemistry. Even with their pranks, they make sure that nothing ever really goes wrong. Mr. Metner seemed to cast a quick sideways glance at Patty. Well, I mean, so do I. Only sometimes. Anyway, we should open the windows, and I think the classes are finished for today, right? Okay, we were just done anyway, and our teacher ran off, so I'd say let's call it a day. Alright, have a nice evening then. We all met in front of the building. Well, what are we going to do this evening? Play werewolf? Oh dear, playing with nerds. That sounded exhausting. And what was werewolf anyway? What's that? It's a game, but it only works with a lot of players. I'm sure we'll find them here, though. What's it about? At the beginning, we draw cards. Some players are werewolves, one is a seer, and the others are normal villagers. But only the seer knows who's who. The werewolves know who's a werewolf. The villagers don't know anything at the beginning. Like in real life, where everyone has their secrets. Then night and day alternate. At night, the werewolves decide whom to kill. During the day, everyone discusses things and tries to find out who the werewolves are. And then a vote is taken and someone is executed. After that, someone finds out if they were just a werewolf, a seer, or a villager, and it continues. Until one side wins. What a bizarre game. This was clearly just for nerds, right? Instantly, I asked, is this game actually available for purchase? No. Why is that? No, why that? You only need a few cards to draw lots. Just as I thought, since nobody would buy such a game except a few nerds here, but I chose to keep that to myself. And Hythrin was wrong. A few years later, the whole thing was published as a card game with expanded rules, and it's been a big hit ever since. And not just among nerds. I like those. So, are you in? No way. I was too grown up for that. But I was also grown up enough to say so politely. Well, thanks. I'm tired. It was a long journey today. 10 years to be exact. Oh, too bad. But then Hythrin has to play Fantasy Eye with us tomorrow, okay? The question was obviously not directed at me, but was answered by eager nods from Marie and Azuki. I surrendered to my fate. Whatever Fantasy Eye was going to be, it couldn't be any nerdier than this. It's a tabletop game. Alright, great! I've already prepared an adventure too. You're in for a surprise. An adventure? I didn't know what she meant by that. I said goodbye quickly and went to my room. Phew, what a day. I went to the bathroom. Junior toothpaste. 6 to 12 years old. Well, almost right. I brushed my teeth. Grr, it tasted sweet. Did I like things like that as a child? Anyway, lost in thought, I looked out the window into the starry summer night. Then I saw Sylvia down in the park. She was on a bench next to the fountain, alone. I wondered if I should go down to her. Why not? Was that a good idea? But at least taking the stairs was healthy. Hello, Sylvia. What are you doing all alone so late? I'm not alone. I'm with myself. I smiled away her joke. Anyway, I'm busy right now. Can I ignore you some other time? What are you doing? I'm making sketches. The only advantage of Unspeakable Vacation is that I'm in a castle and there are some decent motifs here. Can I see your sketch? Half-finished sketches when hell freezes over. That'll take a while. It's summer right now. I've read intelligent people are more impatient. That explains a lot right now. I have to admit that talking to Sylvia was starting to amuse me. She was quite a bit, but refreshingly quick-witted. I don't know what that was. I don't know what the asterisks were because they didn't really explain it. But shouldn't you have mercy on some poor, impatient subhumans like me? Oh, a round of pity for Hythrain. Okay, is that enough for today? Think so. Or what's for dessert? Okay, I understand you don't want to show me your sketches, but your finished paintings, you show them to me, right? Something else. Did Patty Marie also ask you to join this weird werewolf game? I'll do this one. I don't want to rule that out. I don't want to deprive admirers of my art. Do you want to come to my studio tomorrow after lunch? You have a studio? Well, something like that. Anyway, a room where I can paint. That was a condition for my father. Otherwise, I would have rather run away than spend my vacation here. It's in the annex where the teachers live. I'll wait for you there. But I have a class after lunch. Well, your choice. Class with wannabe Einsteins or art. I'll think it over. Well, I'm curious about your choice. But now let me continue working on my sketch. You are dismissed. Sylvia made it clear that I was no longer wanted, and I shrugged and left her alone, and went back to my room. After all the excitement today, it didn't take long for me to fall asleep. When I woke up, the sun was shining brightly in my room. My room? For a minute, I didn't know where I was. Then it came back to me. In Silversea Castle. In 1992. No, that must have been a dream, right? I thought of all the events of the previous day. Where was the mistake? Had I really gone back 10 years in the past? It looked like it. I didn't know why or how, only that it was supposedly an accident. Still completely lost in thought, I looked at the alarm clock that was on my bedside table. Whew! I had to hurry if I still wanted to get some breakfast. I quickly got ready and rushed downstairs. On the way to breakfast, I thought a little. If anyone here could be behind this whole time travel thing and the mysterious suitcase, then it would be that strange Mr. Young. Maybe I could get some information about him. Just at that moment, the camp director approached me. My chance! Should I talk to him? Excuse me, Baron Tensberg. Yes, Hythrain? I just wanted to talk to you for a moment about Mr. Young. Oh, why? Is there some kind of problem? No, don't worry. I'm just curious. You know, he looks a little, how shall I put it, interesting. Yeah, he's a little peculiar in his style. A little out of time and space. Have you actually known? Well, he's been giving courses for gifted kids for several years now, and he's always received a lot of praise. This is his first time at the science camp I'm running here. He looked at his watch. But we should get going. Courses are about to start. I thought for a moment. Should I put my suspicions about Mr. Young to rest? Baron Tensberg didn't think he was more or less normal. And nerds like Mr. Young, they sometimes are a bit crazy, aren't they? Or should I check again? Go to class. I hadn't gotten anything yet, so I sneaked to the buffet and grabbed a croissant, which I stuffed into my mouth on the way to the classroom. Ah, Hythrain, there you are. What was that? I was still struggling with the croissant. Something to drink would have been great right now. Oh, you still have your mouth full. Probably just scooped up something from the buffet at the last minute. I know that. I do that a lot too. Ahem. We need to get inside. Oh, yeah. See you later then. When we arrived, Mr. Young was already at the blackboard. This time, he wasn't wearing a strange outfit and looked quite normal. Except for the purple hair, of course. Good morning. That change and... Oh, my... That, I don't know. Ooh. Good morning, everyone. Yesterday, we repeated the theory of relativity. A low murmur went through the rows. Sounded like it had not been a repetition. This morning, I will briefly summarize the most important aspects of quantum theory. We won't do quantum field theory until tomorrow, though, because we'll start on the projects this afternoon. Let's go. I'm sure you know of wave-particle duality. No? Well, then I'll explain it again briefly. What is up with these pictures of this guy, man? Like, whoo! Man, this guy's hot. If we shine a very small amount of light on a screen, then we only see individual points of light flicker, which are randomly distributed. So it looks as if light consists of particles. Normally, we only don't notice this because there are so many of them. A river also consists of atoms, but there are so many that we don't notice it. On the other hand, if we put a very small obstacle, A, in front of the light source, L, then directly behind A at B, then it is not dark, but bright. The light somehow gets to B. If the light consisted of particles which simply fly straight ahead, this would not be possible. But if it consists of waves, then it suddenly makes sense. The wave that goes around A at the top to B and the one that goes around at the bottom reinforce each other in B. Therefore, it is bright there. A bit below at C, on the other hand, the waves cancel each other out. The wave at the top takes a little longer. If a wave crest has arrived from the bottom, a wave trough has just arrived from the top, and vice versa. Both cancel each other out. At C, it is dark. Yes, but what now? Light is meant to consist of particles, but also waves? That is not possible. To understand the solution, you must open your mind. What did Mr. Young mean with that all of a sudden? That sounded more like a guru or esoteric. What I mean is, why do we actually believe that light is something that we can describe by everyday things like waves or particles? Light could be something much more complicated than that. And if we accept this idea, then it suddenly becomes very easy to resolve the contradiction. Light is something super complicated, which is sometimes a bit like a wave and sometimes a bit like a particle. In reality, however, it is something completely different. A wave function, we usually abbreviate it with the Greek letter psi. A wave function is a function that depends on time and place and takes complex numbers as its values. You can also play our game, The Last Secret. Karina will explain it to you if you're nice to her. I won't be jealous either, I promise. If you do not know what complex numbers are yet, then look it up somewhere. It is not so important right now. The important thing about the wave function is it is defined everywhere, so light is always everywhere at the same time. And matter works the same way. There, one also has wave functions, for example, for electrons or atoms. If you square the absolute value of psi x, you get the probability density. This tells us how likely it is to find the light or electron at time t at location x. How psi changes over time can be computed by the Schrödinger equation. That's Schrödinger with the cat? Yes, exactly. We will come to the cat in a moment. If we now measure where the light or the electron really is, then we change the wave function. It collapses and is then concentrated only in one point. In which one, we cannot predict. We can only calculate the probability by squaring the absolute value of psi. Do we simply not yet know enough about physics to calculate where, for example, the electron will be when we measure? No, Patty, and that's really the point. You might think that now we have to do more research to find some physical parameters that determine where the electron will really be, but if there were any hidden parameters that we just don't know yet, then the so-called Bell inequality has to be satisfied. But experiments have been done that clearly show that the Bell inequality does not hold. Therefore, such parameters cannot exist. The world really works randomly. There's also the many worlds interpretation, which says that with every such measurement, all possible results happen at the same time, only each of them in its own world. We live after this event only in one of these worlds, but copies of us in the other. This is a highly interesting theory, and actually you should all firmly believe in it, but I must say here for quite a certain reason that it is wrong. Unfortunately, I cannot tell you why. Huh? What was that supposed to mean? But now to the cat. Schrödinger's cat. You lock a cat in a box and attach a device that kills the cat when a certain quantum event occurs. Example, an electron flies somewhere or something. Now the point is, as long as you don't open the box, the cat is neither alive nor dead. only in the moment, so to speak, only in the moment in which you look, the wave function collapses. And that changes its status from neither nor to either dead or alive. But this is only a thought experiment. Don't be afraid. Schrodinger didn't kill any cats. I'm not sure whether I should find this whole thing scary, weird, or exciting. Nevertheless, I continued to listen spellbound. Only next, Mr. Young started to go deep into the mathematics of complex numbers and partial differential equations. And I got lost very, very fast. As did everyone else, apparently. Maybe except for Patty, who was eagerly making notes again. Meanwhile, I drew cat pictures on my paper. And at some point, it was time for lunch. We had really earned it. Did you understand that? I don't know. Not everything, I think. I'll have to work through it again. I couldn't help but admire Patty. Her brain seemed to be working at a different level than mine. Okay, I understood this much at least. We're everywhere at the same time. And I would suggest that the next time we measure our position, we have a high probability density in the cafeteria. Because I'm hungry. Agreed. I like that. That's a cute little joke. In the cafeteria, we sat down with the others again. And how was your morning? Nice. We made our first astronomical observation. How can that be? It's broad daylight. We observed the sun with a special filter on the telescope. Special filter? Yes, otherwise the light focused in the telescope would simply burn holes in our eyes. That made sense. A magnifying glass was enough to make paper burn, and the telescopes were much bigger. Hans even had a prominent telescope with him. What is that? It's a special device that covers the sun and lets you see the prominences. As in the gas fountains that shoot away from the sun. They're usually a lot bigger than the whole Earth. And we took pictures. And what did you do? We had quantum physics. Patty reported enthusiastically about the lecture. Unlike me, Azuki and Marie even seemed to be able to follow. When Patty didn't want to stop, the visibly annoyed Sylvia spoke to me. So, do you understand what the super nerds are saying here? Not much. Then you'll come to my studio after lunch? Yeah, alright. Great. Oh, sorry, I talked too much. Marie, Sylvia, what did you do today? Painting. Patty was obviously waiting for more. Sylvia didn't deign to say more. And what? Paintings. Sorry if I'm kind of annoying you with my friendliness. Apology accepted. Given the lightning that seemed to be flashing in Patty and Sylvia's eyes, I tried to quickly deflect the conversation. Marie, what did you think about this morning's class? Marie looks nervously at Sylvia. She seemed a little afraid of her. Well, baby, you don't have to be afraid of Aunt Sylvia. That's rude. You leave Marie alone. Patty suddenly became angry. What's the matter? Did I activate your maternal instinct, or can't the baby talk for itself? Marie, at least say mummy. Yes, I actually have, Trinket. Also, welcome to my stream. Fawning over a corpse was definitely very interesting. Actually, it was, I think that was the last one I played. I actually already have a rating for it and feedback left for it. I got a lot of joy out of that one. Very creepy, and I really like it. It gave me some chills. I only got a couple of the endings. I do want to play through it all and get all the endings though, because the whole concept has me chills. And I like the fact that it was actually based. You guys actually used like an actual disease that exists. I was like, oh, geez, that's a thing. That's wild. Marie, at least say mummy to Patty. Mummy. You stop it right now, or I'll... Stop what? I didn't know you could explode yourself. I thought only your experiments did that. I will say that, like, the only thing that I could, like, give criticism on, it's the sort of thing that I don't like to give criticism on, because it's the sort of thing where it's like, I don't like to judge people on what seems like a skill level thing, because, I mean, that's not fair to them or anyone else, really. But if I do think something's really good and like this one thing could use improvement, then I will point it out at the very least. Though I will point out that it is also something I don't want to get feedback on because I feel like a jerk. Stop what? I didn't know you could explode yourself. I thought only your experiments did that. I'm going to... Patty was about to throw a glass of fruit juice at Sylvia. I just managed to stop her. Well, that's enough now, Sylvia. Cut out the childish remarks. We are adults. Well, I am. They obviously still aren't, I thought to myself. And Patty, the juice is too delicious to spill. I smiled kindly at both of them. Wow, what a good conflict manager I am. Then I asked Marie kindly. So, how was your class today, Marie? Nice. Just at that moment, we were interrupted by a boy who stood up, tapping his glass till everyone was quiet. Hi, I just want to make a quick announcement. We're going to make a t-shirt for the camp. Anyone who wants to participate or has a design, please feel free to come with me. Come to me. That, you know what, that actually makes sense. And I say that as somebody like, I can't draw for shit either. But I will say, I actually liked the way the pixel art looked. Like, something about the pixel art was really cool to me. The one scene where, like, you open the door and Fawn is there and she's, like, crying. I like the way that looks so much. It looks so wonderful. Wow, that's cool. We definitely need to come up with something. We don't want it to be as boring as last year's and just have science camp written on it. Did he? Oh, wow. Like, the pixel art is, like, really fantastic. Like, even, like, some of the weirder looking ones, like, when you see Fawn at the fridge, like, you still get a sense for what's going on. And it's like, ooh. Has a very interesting style to it. Do you have any ideas? We need stars. Sure. And now Marie would immediately say that we need something mathematical, if she dared. Maybe. Yes, Marie? A fractal? Bingo. I knew it. Yeah, I actually did see the one variant, and I was like, ooh. And then, like, when it changed, I was like, wait, what the hell? Yes, I think the first couple of times I saw the pixel, and then it eventually switched, and I was like, wait, what? And it messed with me for a moment. And Hythrain, do you have an idea? Maybe a combination of motifs from all the courses. The other discussed it a bit, but then Marie suggested maybe using a picture of Silversea Castle as a motif. Patty and Azuki also liked the idea. Patty even tried to draw a sketch of the castle on her paper napkin. Marie, however, found the picture more reminiscent of a dying whale, and Azuki started saying something about space whales. Sylvia just took a quick glance at the sketch. Last place in the kindergarten drawing contest, but you'll surely get a lot of sympathy for it. Hey, I just can't draw that well, but a bad picture is still better than nothing. If you ask me as an expert, the world would be better without plague, cholera, and that picture. Then you paint it if you can do better. Paint a picture for you art Philistines? Certainly not. Oh, please, Sylvia, think about it. We can talk about it later. If you insist, but it won't be easy to convince me. We do not succeed in getting Sylvia to agree. Of course, we could just have a computer paint the picture. What do you mean? Well, if we had a computer that was a little bit intelligent, we could just tell it, paint a castle, and it would do it. That sounds a lot like science fiction, or we may never have such creative computers. Or maybe it isn't science fiction. In fact, Silversea Castle was painted by a computer AI, and me too. Oh, I don't think it will be long now. My mother once showed me how to do it, but we don't have the computer power here on Earth yet. If we were on the moon... But we are not, Azuki. Better come back down to Earth. Yes. All the artwork in this game is AI. The developer of this game has said that the game's going to be 100% free. Like, they're not charging for it. It's like them just wanting to make a cute little romance story. So the majority of the artwork is all AI generated. Like, all these character pieces right now are AI generated. And they have a lot of artwork that they've done. But especially because it was almost time for the afternoon classes. On the way, Patty stopped me for a moment. Hey, Thrain, I have to explain something to you. What is it? You know Marie is very quiet. Yes, I do. There's a reason for that. And that is, well, I don't know if Marie wants me to tell you everything. But it has something to do with me protecting her a little. Well, I will say I do 100% get that, because like AI artwork is a very contentious thing right now. And I've actually talked about this in a bit. I was actually just a bit earlier, but I'd be happy to repeat it. I do think there can be good applications for AI art. One opinion I strongly agree with was the opinion of Aaron Hansen, or Egoraptor from Game Grumps, where he basically said how like he had this huge thread, or huge for him anyway, where he talked about AI art and like the advantages and disadvantages of it, and how essentially what we really need, like there are ways it can work very well. Like if somebody as an artist were to feed their own art into it, it could be used to, say, speed up their own process and develop their art. And I think that would be a very valuable idea. But what we ultimately really need is regulation, and strong regulation very quickly. So we limit what we use it for. I also personally see that if somebody was to use AI art on something they're not going to make money from, I'm never going to make a big deal about it. Yes, absolutely. That is what needs to like stop. That they take from other artists and generate off of that. That is not okay to me. But it has something to do with me protecting her a little. Even when that Sylvia girl is teasing her and all, I understand. I didn't understand anything, but I had the impression that it wasn't appropriate to ask now, the way Patty was stammering around. That's good. Anyway, we have to go to class now. Yes, thank you, but I have to do something. I had promised Sylvia to meet her in her studio. Yes, that is something. On the way, I thought about what Patty had just told me, but I couldn't make any sense of it. I resolved to be gentle with Marie. Felt a little guilty about skipping class to go to Sylvia's, but I had promised. Wait. I know this song. Yeah. So, like, basically, I do stand on the idea that it's ultimately a factor of we need the regulation, and unfortunately, lawmakers are not in a position to do that. If we were to make, if we want to have regulation for AI things in general, then we need people who understand AI to do it. After a bit of searching, I found her studio in the teacher's building. She was already working, and wow, it looked really professional. That's when Sylvia noticed I had arrived. There you are. Your paintings look really great. Well, I would say I outdid myself, but I'm always so good. So let's say I just did myself. One might misunderstand that. Oh. Anyway, you're here to admire my art. It's an honor for you. Okay. I only brought a few of my paintings, of course, but I didn't want to do without them completely. I just take a look at them and tell me what you think. I'll look at the pictures one by one. So from my understanding, all of these are also in AI artwork. She looks lonely. Is she waiting for someone? Why would she? Although... I never thought of it that way. Maybe you're right. Or maybe she is just a memory and not really here. Maybe. A sparrow? No, a goose. That bird? No, I meant you. I mean you. Thanks for the nice comment. When people say something stupid, I have to make a sarcastic comment about it. It's a law. I know you always law-abiding. Only when I made the laws. So... Now that's really impressive. How long did it take you to paint that? It did, in fact, take a while. As an artist, you need perseverance. You have quite a bit of stamina, don't you? Yes, that's true. Otherwise, I wouldn't be talking to you. It's fucking rude as shit. Ooh, there's something lonely about this. I do load them onto YouTube. I'm actually a bit behind on doing that. Because I've been trying to deal with like all my Final Fantasy 14 uploads, but maybe I'll throw in some of these after. Let me take a quick look at where I am. What is this? Okay. I see. This is a self-portrait now, isn't it? If you interpret it that way. Thank you, people. I absolutely will do that. Then why are you there all? I don't really know. I just conceived the image that way because it felt right. You feel alone, don't you? If you already think that, then you better not look at the last picture here. Yeah. I really hadn't expected such a picture as a painting of Sylvia. I'd already seen a few depressing pictures of artists in museums. Mostly the biography of the artist was not very long and quite sad. I was almost a little worried about Sylvia when I saw that. And, don't you have anything to say? Are you really? Why do you say that? Well, the painting doesn't exactly radiate happiness. That's true, but it's also just a painting. It's not like I've put my soul on the canvas. Still, don't you always paint a bit of your feelings? Maybe I do. Maybe you are a little bit right. I am sometimes really quite sad, but that's none of your business, of course. Alright. Still, it's nice that you're worried. But in any case, that's the end of the exhibition. Thank you very much. That was very impressive. Of course it was. But before I go, do us a favor and paint the motif for the t-shirt for us, will you? Alright, I'll think about it. I still have some time this afternoon, and you only need a simple sketch anyway. Thanks a lot. That's super nice of you. I haven't promised anything yet. Okay. I'll see you later. I said goodbye and quickly went to my class. I had already skipped enough of it. I arrived too late, of course. But with some apologies and after a few admonitions, I sat down at my usual place. I prepared a list of projects and we're going to go to the physics lab together where you can work on them. Mr. Young led us to a spacious room. Wow, it really looked much better than in our school back in the day. So let's get started. Suzanne and Birgit, I prepared the Millikan experiment for you. With it, you can measure the charge of single electrons. Here in the information, you will find everything you need. Try to learn it by yourself. If you get stuck, ask me. The two girls looked a little perplexed, but finally sat down at the table and began to read. Stefan and Thomas, you can try to make a hologram. You can find all the information and equipment here. but you have to go into the dark room to take the pictures. You'll have to discuss that with the astronomy class, because they also use the room for their photos. And now Patty in Hythrane to be exact. Patty, I have something very special for you. Here are parts for a machine and a manual for it. Your task is to find out how the machine works and what it does. This is an unusual task, but believe me, you will not regret it if you do it carefully. Oh, and Hythrane can help you with that. That was a clear division of roles, and I thought teachers should at least act like they treat everyone the same. Patty seemed a little embarrassed. Anyway, we went over to the table, where there were a bunch of odd components and a booklet of instructions. Mr. Young, meanwhile, was assigning more projects. Whew, now that's a strange assignment. She picked up the booklet and blushed. This is in English. I glanced at the booklet. Yes, it's in English. What's the problem? My English, you don't want me to believe that you, as a super genius, have problems with English, do you? Well, the thing is, if I were better at languages, I could have skipped a grade. That's why I studied English and French so hard. And? Nothing. My brain is just like a sieve for vocabulary. Learning formulas? No problem. But vocabulary? I have vocabulary Alzheimer's. Well, I'll just have to read this for you then, won't I? You would do... Oh, that's a nice picture. I like that picture. Hythrane, you're a sweetheart. Crap, now I was blushing. Patty really had me wrapped around her little finger. So I sat down and started to read the instructions. The English was the least of my problems, but the text was obviously intended for physics aces like Patty and not for normal people like me. I simply did not understand anything. Without further ado, I translated everything as best I could for Patty. Oh, that sounds strange. Are you sure you translated it correctly, Hythrane? Actually, I am. Okay, let's just start now and find the individual components. Then I'll take a close look at each one and run some tests on it. You'll help me with that, won't you, Hythrane? Gladly, I hear my voice say. My goodness, when a nice girl asked me so sweetly, I always said yes before thinking. So we began our work. Patty got a power source, cables, an oscilloscope, and all sorts of other equipment. Soon our table seemed to be in chaos, but Patty didn't give the impression of losing track in the confusion. That's funny. Why? The singularity container is made of a very strange material, and if I put electricity on it, look what happens. The container suddenly began to grow brightly, and it seemed to deform strangely. Look closely. Patty pushed a ruler... I don't think that should be there. Patty pushed a ruler into the container. The ruler seemed to disappear. But when she pulled it out again, it was intact. It just disappears in there? Yes, but if you look closely, you'll see that it doesn't disappear. It kind of bends away. Like there's a mirror there or something. But no matter which side you look from, the effect is the same. As if space itself were being bent away. But that can't be. Maybe it can. Let's see what happens when I give more juice. Patty turned the power regulator. Well, there's the explosion. Oops, I may have overdone it there. What happened? Nothing. I must have just melted the meter. Patty pointed to the emitter, which was smoking quietly. But don't panic. No fire or anything. I'll just get a new one. I took a deep breath. Okay, this was off to a good start. Patty was just coming back when we suddenly heard alarm calls from outside. Fire! Fire! Well, that can't be because of a little smoke from the power meter. I'm really innocent. Well, maybe someone else screwed up, or another false alarm. But let's go outside anyway, okay? Patty nodded, and the other students in the room also hurried to get outside. We left our classrooms. Outside, everything was full of green smoke, and two well-known boys ran past us laughing. And then Mr. Metner came running. If I catch you! Oh, but I already said that yesterday. And today they did the same thing, but in green. Next time I won't let the class do any experiments. I'll do the experiments myself. And then it can't happen. Anyway, with that, our classes were over again. Oh, come on. It was just getting exciting. But anyway. Remember, we meet in an hour for Fantasy Eye. Oh, right. I had almost forgotten about that. Okay. I tried to sound excited. I need the hour now to get everything ready. Can I help you? No thanks, not necessary. See you later. I looked for the others, but Azuki and Marie had already left. 1 hour left until this weird game. What should I do until then? Go to Sylvia's studio. Because why not? I mean, but she was not there. I knocked on the door to her room. No answer. I entered. This must be... What was up with that weird music? What the fuck? This must normally be a teach room. It was a bit more luxurious than the student's room. Next to her bed hung another painting by her. It looked quite gloomy. Then I discovered a photo on her bedside table. A photo of a pretty woman. She looked a little like Sylvia. However, Sylvia was not there. I left her room. I strolled around a little more before going to our meeting. We had arranged to meet in one of the classrooms. Okay, quick check. Okay, 11. So, here we are. So, Marie, you've played many times already, and you've brought your mage here. Brought a mage? What was that supposed to mean? I've already prepared heroes for the others, so we can start right away. What do you mean? I don't understand anything right now. I saw that Sylvia felt the same way, and Azuki, well, she was thinking about something else anyway, as usual. So, Fantasy Eye is a fantasy role-playing game, which means that each of you plays a hero. For example, Marie plays Magnolia, mage from the Salamander Mountains. Each hero has characteristics. For example, Magnolia is very intelligent and has mastered various spells, but is not particularly dexterous and agile. If a player wants to do something difficult with his hero, he must roll this die. This is an icosahedron, a 20-sided die. And if he rolls too low, then he doesn't succeed in the action. It dawned on me what this was. I had heard about that. This is one of those weird games that nerds could spend whole nights playing. Ugly, fat guys who only talked about swords and spells and never found a girlfriend in real life. In other words, this was something for absolute losers. And I was there. Well, great. On the other hand, where were the ugly fat boys here? Somehow it didn't really fit. Hythrain, you can play a knight. That's quite easy for the beginning. He can't do magic. You also get a nice big sword. Patty gave me a piece of paper with a series of numbers on it. Intelligence 8, Courage 13, Strength 14, and some more. Azuki, I prepared an elf for you. That somehow suits you. Elves don't speak much, and if they do, it's always a bit mysterious and incomprehensible. For us elves, the language of humans is like a crow call that penetrates through the fog. This was an ideal casting. Okie doke, Mei Xing. Have a good nap. Talk to you later. You also know some spells. I've written all the information about them here. Just read it through. I'm playing a princess. I'm sorry, you can't. Why? Because princesses don't go on adventures. But I prepared a wonderful character for you. What character? A witch. A what? Oh no, not what you think. A very pretty young witch. Like Kiki? Kiki? You mean the anime? Yes, exactly. Probably, but I don't know it. Fine, whatever. Then I'll be a pretty seductive witch. Yes, you are, Sylvia. Now you can choose names for your heroes. Leon Lionheart. Damn it! No! I gotta go back. I gotta fix that. There we go. Sylvia von Tensberg. I stand by my name. Sylvia, this is a game. You need an imaginary name. Then it's Princess of the Old Lands. Why not Dim Sense with the Cold Hands? Hey, you can play your weird game by yourself. Come on, be a little constructive and find yourself a sensible name. If you want something constructive, then buy a Lego set and play with it. There are already some for your mental age. I'll be nice and just ignore what you said. Excuse me? I wasn't listening just now. Sylvia, when you act like this, no one likes you. It's okay not to like me. Not everyone has good taste. I took heart and interrupted them both. Hey, peacefully, please. Sylvia, just pick another name and that's it. For example, how about, for example, I was desperately looking for a suitable name for a witch. Zelda. Whatever, but then at least Zelda da Vinci. Patty was about to protest, but I just stopped her. All right, I think we live with that. Can't we, Patty? I looked at Patty very insistently. Yes, whatever. And now for Azuki. What about you? A name for an elf? An elf name? Oh, elves are those little things that make Christmas presents at the North Pole. How about Hoppity, or Snowy, or Frosty, or Cookie? Sylvia, I think those are different elves. More like the ones from Lord of the Rings than the ones from the Christmas Bakery. Oh, what a pity. Azuki is minty or candy. That would have been too nice. Don't you think she looks like a mint candy, Hythrain? Well, she does look pretty tasty. I tried to ignore the comment as best I could. Azuki, what do you think about that? Oh, sorry, I wasn't listening just now. Were you talking about candy? Apparently, Sylvia's teasing had not reached Azuki at all. Sylvia seemed a little miffed about it. We want to know what name you want to give your elf. Elves? Those are the ones with the pointy ears, right? Patty nodded. Oh, that reminds me of the inhabitants of the planet Corona Borealis 3178. So maybe Crocs would be a suitable name? Patty and I looked at each other briefly. Then we said in one voice, no. Oh, that isn't a good name? Then you just suggest one. May I? Patty and I looked at each other for a moment. Then we said again in one voice, no. Arwen is a nice elf name. How about it? Okay. Patty took a deep breath. Whew, that settles that. Then let's get started on the story. You are in the kingdom of Montania when you learn that the king has summoned all the heroes of the land to come to his aid. His daughter, the lovely Dawn, has been kidnapped by the evil mage Nightshade. Dawn? Nightshade? I think it's almost sunset here. Shh, said Patty, Marie and I in one voice. Azuki followed with a few seconds delay. Shh. Patty cleared her throat. Of course, you immediately agree to save the princess. Do we? Yes, of course. All right. So Magnolia exclaims, we must, of course, prepare thoroughly for this undertaking. I have here a list of things we need. First, a good map, and to find a way to the mage. Then rations, weapon, tools, and above all, potions, and Marie's list seemed never-ending. She wanted to think of everything, but Patty was growing visibly impatient. Finally, she interrupted. Yes, I understand. You take care of everything you can use, and then we'll finally get going. Through the forest of eternal autumn to the castle of terror. How are we going to get there? Because I'm not going on foot, of course, but only on horseback. I'm afraid you can't ride. What? Patty pointed to an entry on Sylvia's notes. Riding, 0. Don't worry, Sylvia. I can't ride either. Sylvia gave a resigned sigh. All right, then Zelda da Vinci will go on foot too. And so as you set out on the arduous journey through the forest of eternal autumns to the castle of terrors, where Nightshade lives. You mean it's always autumn there? Yes. Just as it is always morning with the princess and always night with the mage. Patty gave Sylvia a laser-sharp look. That must be beautiful with the yellow and red leaves on the trees. Yes, the forest is indeed beautiful, but you have heard evil stories of travelers disappearing forever in its fog. Is it foggy already? Yes, the first whips of fog are slowly moving in. I can make a weather spell like that. Weather want, weather wand, weather follow my command. Okay, but you have to roll a die. Oh no, it doesn't work. Anyway, it was worth a try. The fog is slowly gathering around you. Soon you don't even know which way the path is going. I have the sense of direction of an elf. Can't I see which way is the right one? Patty and Haruzuki roll the die too. Unfortunately, unsuccessful. You go on, but after a while, you realize that the path seems awfully familiar. Great. You let us run in circles. Typical you. Can't I do something useful? Well, not really. Your sword isn't helping you right now. Well then, I'll turn to a bird and fly over to fog to see where we have to go. Metamorphosis Animalis Avis. Great, it worked. And with this, Magnolia is transforming into an owl. Ha ha! I'll fly to the top of the fog and then show you the way. And thanks to Magnolia's pilotage, we finally made it out of the enchanted forest. Now you can see it. The mage Nightshade's castle of terror. Lightning flashes above it. A shadow comes flying towards you. A huge dragon stands in your way, breathing fire. Hey, actually, he looks a bit strange. Anyway, it's up to the knight now, isn't it? All right, Leon Lionheart, what are you going to do? I launch an attack with my sword. Patty rolled. Unfortunately, he's dodging you. Your attack's going nowhere. The dragon now turns Arwen for the time being. Can you dodge his attack? Azuki rolled a die and was able to dodge. Take that, beast. The arrow bounces off its carapace. Grandiosa Goldiness. Huh? You want to try that spell? It's difficult and takes a lot of magic. Yes, but I bought the potion to replenish my energy. Besides, I have 3 tries, so I have a 29.2% chance of success. You calculated that? Yeah, sure. Don't you know that? Marie didn't seem to have quite grasped that ordinary mortals don't usually do complicated probability calculations in their head. She really was a phenomenon. So, you really want to try Grandiosa Goldiness? You bet I do. And it worked right on the first try. Yay! The dragon is hit by Magnolia's spell and begins to twitch. With one last fountain of fire, he scorches your luggage, Magnolia. I'm sorry, but the potions are ruined. Oh, come on, Patty. You're doing that on purpose. Then the dragon suddenly starts to shrink. And finally, there's a hamster-sized dragon standing in front of you in the grass, looking at you with its big, round eyes. Oh, how sweet. You are now my pet. Marie, you can't have a dragon as a pet? Why not? I have animal knowledge 10. I can handle a mini dragon. I'll be really nice to him, too. Patty sighed. Obviously, that wasn't planned. Well, keep it then. Shall I call you Sylvie, my little dragon? Don't you dare. Then let me call you Grisou. And what do we do now? Let's eat something first. I'm really hungry. I managed to get some sandwiches in the cafeteria because we're not having dinner there tonight. Marie gave everyone a sandwich wrapped in paper. We gladly helped ourselves because, without realizing it, we'd all gotten as hungry as a bear, or maybe even a dragon. While we were eating, we discussed the fight with the dragon again. Then we played as fast as we could. Okay, we are supposed to go to the castle and free that weird Dawn princess, right? The time has come to defeat the darkness. So far, so good, but how do we get to the castle? There's no way up there. We can all turn into birds, right? Except for Leon Lionheart, of course. Oh, right. But he's big and strong and can climb up the mountain for sure. Oh, great. You just fly, and I have to work. Brave knight, for you it's a small thing. And Marie turned to an owl. See you soon. See you at the castle. A phoenix? Yes, that's Arwen's bird form. Alright, I'll turn into a cheap chirping thing too. What's my bird? A crow. I knew this was coming. I beg your pardon? A crow. Corvus corone. Why does Azuki have such a pretty bird and I have such an ugly black creature? Because you are a witch and the bird is a crow. Who's about to peck your eyes out? Hey, don't argue. At least you can fly up. I have to climb now. And that's what I did. Took quite a while, lots of throwing the die and a few accidents and near falls. Then I made it up. Injured, but at least alive, to the others. The night tested our patience. Such a long wait. After a few more tangles, we finally found our way into the castle. The evil mage should be here somewhere. And there, suddenly, Nightshade appears in the middle of the hall. Under his body, a force field becomes visible, which he makes vibrate with his magical glowing sword. Uh-oh, I think we should do something about that. May my magic arrows show you the way to Nirvana. Oh, bad die. Zelda da Vinci retreats to his safe position in the second row. Coward! Shouted Azuki and Marie in unison. This is a task for the noble knight. I attack! Unfortunately, non-magical attacks simply bounce off the protective shield that Nightshade has created. I'm casting... Oh, I don't have any magical energy left. Only because you destroyed my potions, Patty. That was your pet, not me. The mage was about to launch an attack when Magnolia's pet dragon suddenly flew into his face and distracted him. With a spell, he trapped it in a magic bubble that slowly sank to the ground. My chance, I attack with my wand. If need be, a mage can fight with it. She rolled the die. Your attack misses. Nightshade now attacks Arwen, and a beam of bright light burns down on her. 28 points of damage. Arwen has taken a step towards Nirvana. And still reaches for the bow again. Hit! His left arm is damaged by your arrow. I attack again. You bounce out the protective screen again. I attack with my wand. Missed. Nightshade does not even notice that you are attacking him. So he turns to Arwen again, and another ray strikes her down. 30.2 points of damage. Ooh, you're unconscious. I'm taking Arwen to safety. I attack. Unfortunately, no, you're just too weak. But the good news is, Nightshade hasn't even noticed me yet. I know, thank you. Zelda Da Vinci, do something! Finish off the mage. Well, whatever. First of all, get rid of that magic shield. Destructe Arcanus. Phew, that's a mage spell. You can't do that as a witch. Will you try it anyway? Zelda Da Vinci is an artist. She is not a bean counter who thinks in probabilities, but boldly moves forward. Whatever you say. I told you so. Whew, luck is with those who have nothing else. And now, it's Nightshade's turn. His magic ray of light hits you, Zelda Da Vinci. I throw myself in between. Successful! You save Zelda Da Vinci, but get hit hard yourself. Oh dear. 53 points of damage, plus the ones from your mountaineering accidents. You become unconscious. Great witch's curse! You're going all out. Since I'm an artist and have luck with dice, of course, no problem. The curse takes effect immediately. Nightshade dissolves into dust. Good. And then I'll patch up the injured. I have a few healing spells for that. Sylvia revives Azuki and me. Wonderful! That was great teamwork! Now let's go look for the princess. We comb through the castle. But first we found a treasure chest. I'll gladly take this treasure. I thought we'd share what we find. As a reward for being saved by me? No way. Zelda Da Vinci opened the chest. In the end, we shared the gold pieces and gems. Only Arwen would have none of them. Gold and gems are nothing but empty shells of human vanity. We elves strive for something higher. And anyway, since both can be produced quite easily, it's nothing special. I mean, on Earth maybe it is, but otherwise. Hey, no sci-fi comments in a fantasy adventure, Azuki. Sorry. We continue to search. Finally, we found a dungeon at the very bottom of the castle, and inside, the princess. Patty describes her in great detail. Whew, pretty sexy. The others gave me a strange look. Shit, I wasn't among men here. So we are here to save you. That took a long time. Why didn't my father come himself? Suppose it was too dangerous for him? Well then, I'll just have to make do with those who are here. An elf, a mage, a knight who makes disrespectful comments, and a witch. Ugh. What do you mean, ugh? Be glad we're rescuing you. How dare you speak to me like that? As is proper when dealing with an ungrateful, spoiled brat. Forbid anyone to use that tone. She ought to be quiet. I am quiet when I want to be. Not in my realm. I command her. Metamorphosis animalis buffonide permamentia. Excuse me, what? I said metamorphosis animalis buffonide permamentia. You want? Yes, I do. I didn't understand anything. Sylvia rolled her die. Patty paled. Sylvia had rolled the die perfectly, as usual. What was going on here? The princess suddenly began to shrink. And then a big fat toad was sitting in front of us on the stone floor of the dungeon. Yeah! That's new. I don't think this is here, but I don't think this detail was here before. You turned the princess into a toad? That's right. She deserved it. Life is an eternal cycle of birth and rebirth in human or animal form. I wanted to say something too, but I just couldn't find the words. What an adventure. Yes, exactly. And thank you for saving me. We talked for quite a while about Nightshade, Dawn, and Magnolia's new pet. It was past midnight when we finally went to sleep. Phew, what a day. But I had to admit to myself that I hadn't had so much fun in ages. With Marie, Patty, Azuki, and especially with Sylvia. With a smile, I fell asleep dreaming of my exploits as Leon Lionheart. When I woke up, another sunny summer day was welcoming me. Can you believe that's only the second day? Today we didn't have a class. Let's see what we would do instead. I got dressed and went to breakfast. On my way to breakfast, I was suddenly stopped. Good morning, Hythring. Good morning. Can I talk to you for a minute? My first impulse in student days when a teacher addressed me like that was to think I might have done wrong. And somehow, after barely 2 days in this camp, I felt almost like a student again, so I answered very cautiously. Well, actually, probably. That's great. You know, I would like to talk with you about Sylvia. I've noticed that you two seem to get along quite well, and she's pretty lonely here. She's had a hard time since her mother died last year. Oh, I didn't know that. I don't think Sylvia likes to talk about that. It was a hard time for us. My wife was very ill. Maybe if I had pushed for her to go to the doctor sooner, things would have ended differently. So Sylvia blames me for her death because of that. That doesn't make it any easier for me, of course. And of course it doesn't make it any easier for her. I understand. About myself, I thought about telling him about my mother's death, but it wasn't easy. For my former self, it had still been fresh, just like with Sylvia. Now it had been some years ago, but I couldn't tell him that. You lost your mother too, didn't you? I nodded in surprise. How did you know? Your father told me on the phone at the registration. He said that this would be a good opportunity for you to get your mind off things. I didn't know that. Oh, Dad. I thought only myself at that time was even angry with you for having registered me here. My eyes became moist. It had to be some dust causing this. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have mentioned that. But anyway, about Sylvia. She's pretty much a shut-in and is mostly alone. She doesn't really have any friends here either. Which, of course, is a little bit up to her. I think you know what I mean. But even though she might be difficult at times, she's actually a nice girl. And I think it'd be really good for her if she had friends who cared a little bit about her. So it'd be great if you spend some time with her outside of class. So if you could spend some time with her outside of class, that would be great. What a caring father. He even tried to plant friendships for his daughter. I wasn't sure whether to think this was presumptuous or sweet. Thank you very much, Hythrain. That's great of you. But please don't tell Sylvia about our conversation, otherwise she'd be very angry with me. Okay, great. See you later. I briefly thought about what had just happened. Was I really an official babysitter for Sylvia now? I shook my head and went to breakfast. At breakfast, I met the others. It turned out that, like me, none of them were going to the excursion. Sylvia put on a solid face and announced, I have the picture for you. What do you think? Well, for the t-shirt. What else? Heavens, I work an extra night shift and then you've already forgotten. Oh, I'm sorry. Show me, Sylvia. I'm super excited. Sylvia shows the Peyton. We were all very impressed. Thank you very much, Sylvia. That's super nice. Great. Then we'll go to town first thing this morning and have the t-shirts printed. Don't you want to ask the others first and make a list of who wants what sizes, collect the money, and so on? You're right. I had forgotten. But we can have a t-shirt printed today as a test, then the others can see better how it will look. Great idea. And afterwards we'll go swimming to the lake. Great. I love the water. Are you all coming? Yeah, sure. If I have to. And then we can have ice cream there too. Great, let's do it. At that moment, I heard a soft beep. It sounded like it was coming from my cell phone. I don't know what it really was, but I habitually reached for my cell phone, pulled it out, and looked to see if I'd received a text message. If you don't know what's an SMS, you are either very young or very old. SMSs are short messages that can be sent and received by any cell phone, kind of like social media around the year 2000. Oh, what do you have there? That's not a calculator, is it? Oops, bummer. Marie just had too good of an observation skill. Looks more like an old battery radio, although maybe not. What is it then? It's a calculator. Looks a bit funny, but never mind. The battery just ran out, unfortunately. I quickly put the phone back in my pocket. Marie looked at me briefly with narrow eyes, but said nothing. Sometimes I had a strange, creepy feeling about her, as if she knew everything about me. Fortunately, Patty interrupted the short silence right away. Since when are you interested in calculators, Marie? You do most of the calculations in your head anyway. Yes, maybe. I mean, mathematicians don't usually do mental arithmetic, but you're a real genius at it. Not really. Don't you remember the mental arithmetic competition at that physics seminar we went to? Where they set up extra difficult problems for you at the end to find at least one that you couldn't solve? Hey, Patty, I'm a little embarrassed. Come on, Marie. I thought it was totally awesome. It sounds like Marie can do anything. She can. She's even great at chemistry and biology. How many competitions have you already won, Marie? Well, a few. Well, I would rather say that you have won almost every competition. I smiled. Marie was cute when she got embarrassed by the praise. Therefore, I added one more. So, in the way, you're like the Michael Schumacher of science, right? Huh? What do you mean? I was tired so early in the morning, therefore I still didn't realize my mistake. Well, Michael Schumacher, the genius racing driver who always wins Formula One, looking at the perplexed faces of the others, it dawned on me. Wait, when had he started his winning streak? That was, oh dear, around 1993. So in about a year, I tried to patch it up while my head was spinning. Or did I get the sport mixed up? Maybe it was a bike racing or horseback racing. Oh, I'm not good at that. Hey, Thrain, you really are as absent-minded as I am sometimes. Great. So Marie always does everything right, and with Hythrain, it's the other way around? Well, you can talk as fast as a race car, if only your thinking would follow. Okay, whew. Everyone thought I was an idiot now, but I could tell from their jokes that they had no idea of the truth. Reassuring. I really didn't want to let them know that I came from the future. We then talked about this and that. Finally, we agreed to meet in an hour. Marie finished breakfast first. I'm going to read something, but don't forget the time while reading, otherwise we'll come and get you. Oh, I'll be careful this time, I promise. Why, has this happened before? Marie and Patty looked at each other. Once? More like 100 times. Hey, plan enough time to pack your swimming things too, okay? Well, I may lose track of time sometimes when I read, but who forgot her swimming suit the last time we went swimming? Oh, that's right, sorry. I like how those two, have clearly just been friends for a long time. It's super cute. See you later. Then the others said their goodbyes too. So there was still some time before we were going to leave. What should I do until then? Marie, library, Patty, Sylvia, Azuki, or go back to my room. Ooh, choices. Well, I've been kind of doing the Sylvia stuff, so let's go look for Sylvia. I looked into Sylvia's atelier, but she wasn't in. I also wasn't lucky finding her in the huge park. Finally, it was time to go. After a long walk, we saw the city below us. It was quiet at this time of day, and we strolled through the alleys between the half-timbered houses full of flowers. Okay, I'll go to the print store now. In the meantime, you can have some ice cream. I'll meet you there. We each bought an ice cream and sat down in the park by the lake. I looked at Sylvia. It was rare to see her smile. When I saw that, I suddenly felt very happy. What's the matter? You're grinning like a Playmobil man all of a sudden. Nothing. I'm just happy. Finally, Patty came back from the print store and had bought an ice cream as well. She sat down with us. And successful? Yes, indeed. Look here. Patty showed us the t-shirt. Science Camp, Silverseed, 1992. Wow, it looks great. It's okay, but the print quality is not really appropriate for my work. Well, for the current technological standard of the Earth, it's perfectly fine. Patty tucked the t-shirt away neatly. Yes, and the best thing, we can order more of them by phone. They gave me their number. As soon as we know how many t-shirts of each size we need, we'll simply call them. Then we can pick them up 2 days later and pay. That will be just in time before we leave. But where can we make a phone call? There's no phone booth at the castle, is there? There is a payphone next to the cafeteria. Great, then I'll take care of collecting the orders and the money tonight. Phew, that was actually all quite complicated. So without internet and cell phone, I thought. We then walked further along the shore and looked for a place on the beach. It's nice here, shade spot right on the water, and there are even changing rooms over there. The girls went to change. I already had my swim trunks on and was waiting for them. Ooh, swim outfits. I'm going swimming. Before I could say anything, Marie was in the water. I guess she had suddenly become shy again for whatever reason. So I'm ready. Where is Marie? She's already in the water. Oh dear. Won't see her for a while then. Once she's in, she won't come back so quickly. Hello. Oh, what a cute bikini you're wearing. I got it in Japan. You did? Oh, I'd love one of those. Oh, I gotta flirt. Oh no. Looks really cute. Thank you. That's when Sylvia came over to us. Hello, Sylvia. Wow, you look great. You think so? Freaking butt shot. Thank you. Sylvia cleared her throat. So, of course I look great. That's the way it always is. Idiot. And also, leave me out of your male fantasies. And, what kind of strange clothes are you wearing, Azuki? Nothing special, just my swimsuit from Japan. Fits your weird cat ears. And both together would be perfect for the Cologne Carnival. But that was already a few months ago. Yes, that's true, but I still like to wear it. You know, outside the Earth, cat ears are totally in fashion with girls right now, and I begged my mom until she got me some. Azuki, why do you have to follow every alien trend? Of course aliens don't wear cat ears, at least not that I'm aware of. Except the cat aliens on Venus, of course. Now you're kidding, Patty. Yep, definitely. Anyway, where's Marie? Hasn't the little one changed yet? Yeah, she was first and was already in the water. I looked at the lake and saw her swimming quite far out at an impressive speed. I hadn't expected that Marie could do that. Ah, yes, well, that's nice that she didn't even wait for us. She prefers to swim alone. Well, then we adults are at least among us. Okay, enough talking. Let's go to the lake. It's so hot today. Whatever. Just bloop in the water. And so we followed Marie and went to the water. The lake didn't have a sandy beach, but the pebbles at the bottom were round and pleasant, and the water was crystal clear. The girls were staying on the shore, except for Marie, of course, but I ventured a little further out onto the lake. The water was refreshing, but not too cold. Finally, we had enough for now and went back to shore. You swim really well, Marie. Thank you. Yes, especially for your age. Well, I think she would. Hang on. Well, I think she would even swim faster than you with ease, Sylvia. Well, you wouldn't expect the baby to do this. Well, I'll go change. Marie looked a little intimidated when she left. Uh-oh, Patty looked really angry all of a sudden. And so it began, the epic battle of the Titans. Scary Sylvia versus Peril Patty. Why do you have to tease Marie again, Sylvia? And why do you have to play Marie's mom again? Because you're making fun of Marie. Oh, little Marie, she can't take it when Aunt Sylvia makes a joke. Stop calling Marie little. And I thought physicists were more into precise measurements. And Marie is, guess what? Little. Your cynicism is really the worst. Can you try to be nicer for once? Deal. I'll try to be nicer, and you try not to play Marie's mommy anymore. I'm not playing her mom, but you keep trying to hurt her. I'm not going to let that happen, or else. Oh, now I get scared when Patty Mummy threatens me. I said stop it. This is my last warning. What are you going to do? Blow me up in your next physics experiment? Patty suddenly reached for Sylvia, but she dodged amazingly skillfully. When I catch you, but you won't, because nerds like you can't run. I tried to stop them somehow, but they just ignored me completely. Azuki also watched them helplessly as they chased each other in circles. Patty was getting angrier and angrier while Sylvia was laughing at her. Finally, Sylvia ran onto a pier and Patty followed. Marie just came out of the locker room and looked at the two of them in utter surprise. Hey baby, look, your mommy is mad at me. Leave Marie alone. Suddenly, Patty jumped at Sylvia and kicked her into the lake with a sharp kick. Splash. Azuki, Marie, and I looked at each other in dismay. Dripping wet and super angry, Sylvia came out of the lake. What the hell was that Patty thinking? I was about to answer Alvia when she touched her neck and let out a sharp scream. My locket! What locket? My mother's locket! I must have lost it when I fell into the water. I had put it under my bathing suit so that it would be safe. I will never forgive Patty for that. Never! And before I could say anything, Sylvia ran off. What's going on? Sylvia lost her mother's locket in the water. Oh dear. From her mother of all people. You know, her father told me that Sylvia's mother died recently. Oh God! I'm so sorry to hear that. I'll go and find it right away. I thought about it for a moment. The water was at least 2 or 3 meters deep. It was impossible to find a small necklace that might be lying somewhere on the bottom. Wait, Patty, there's no point. I don't care. Patty ran to the pier and jumped into the water. Then she dove and started searching for the locket. I'll change again and help Patty search, even though it's hopeless. Meanwhile, Azuki and I searched on the shore. Maybe Sylvia had lost the necklace there. But it was in vain. After a while, Patty came out of the water and wanted to rush past us without a word. I stopped her. Where are you going? To look for the necklace. But it's in the lake. Then why are you running away? Patty didn't answer and disappeared before we could even think of following her. Then Marie came back from the locker room. Oh, what's the matter? Where did Patty go? Patty ran away all of a sudden. I don't know where she went. Strange. We decided that we would go back to the castle because we all didn't really feel like bathing anymore. At the castle, Patty wasn't in her room or in the park or the library. Finally, it was time for dinner. Where is Patty? I don't know. I haven't seen her since. We began to worry about her. Sylvia didn't say a word to us, and the rest of us didn't really know what to say either, so we ate silently. We were almost finished when suddenly the door opened. Patty came running in, with wet hair and a strange device in one hand. In the other hand, she held a gold necklace with a locket. Here, Sylvia. I'm really sorry. You found it? How did you manage to do that? I had some equipment in the lab, my old radio, a calculator, and stuff. I made a metal detector out of it. You what? Yes, it's one of those tricks. You set the radio to a high shortwave frequency. The display in the calculator generates a signal in the spectrum, which the radio detects and then hums evenly. If there's metal nearby, the reception is slightly disturbed, and you can hear a change in the hum. I had built something like this before. The difficult part was only to put the whole thing into a waterproof container, and in such a way that I could still hear the hum. That took me the whole afternoon. Then I used it to search the bottom of the lake. And after 2 cans, 4 coins, and an old nail, I finally found the locket. And you did all this just because of me? I couldn't let you lose a memory of your mother just because I lost control. Thank you, Patty. I'm sorry I was so mean. It's okay. I shouldn't have overreacted like that either. Well, I know I'm not the easiest person to be around sometimes. Patty, Sylvia, we all make mistakes. Nobody expects us to live a perfect life. It's just important to learn from your mistakes. So please, do that and get along in the future, will you? Patty and Sylvia looked at Marie in surprise. Then they both nodded. Aw, that's nice. Like the famous Great Peace Treaty of the ancients with the aliens of the Andromeda Galaxy. But that was 300 million Earth years ago, and that's just something I can witness live. We looked at each other briefly and then laughed. And now I urgently have to eat something. I'm starving after all this work. After dinner, we played a card game on the lawn in the park. It was the most peaceful evening since I arrived at Silversea Castle. When I went to bed, I thought about the day's events. It made me happy that Patty and Sylvia were getting along. In all of this, I had almost forgotten that I actually wanted to find a way back to my time. I hadn't even made the slightest bit of progress with that. I let my thoughts wander. Maybe it was Providence that had been brought back to my past. Maybe I was supposed to live my past better than I had. Kind of like Groundhog Day. Oh, that fucking movie. But maybe that thought was nonsense. After all, the strange letter said it had all been an accident. I would find out sooner or later. And until then, I enjoyed the carefree time here. With a smile on my lips as I fell asleep. Alright, we're going to do one more day. I woke up to the ringing of the alarm clock. I had set for myself. I'm yawning. Today was class. No leisurely dawdling around away the summer day like yesterday. Nevertheless, I got up full of anticipation for today and got ready for breakfast. What was I actually looking forward to? I wasn't sure, but I didn't care. Happily whistling a song, I run down the stairs to the cafeteria. At breakfast, I met the girls. Sylvia was apparently giving the others a detailed lesson on the history of Silversea Castle. So they know that Silversea Castle must be at least 900 years old. Nevertheless, the oldest walls found are from the late Middle Ages. When was that? You could tell Patty didn't quite follow. About 1350 to 1500. Actually, you're supposed to know that from school. So, I can't remember numbers that well. You really only know physics stuff and nothing else, do you? Anyway, where was I? The Middle Ages. Ah, yes. So, little is known about the early times of the castle, not from historical documents, and certainly not from any archaeological findings. Did your family actually own such a castle in the past? I don't know. I only know that my ancestors were barons. I am the last descendant of our family, and my grandparents died too early, so I know very little about our family history. But your knowledge in history is impressive, Sylvia. You could study this at university, too. Thank you very much, but I'll stick to art, although I might still consider art history. I took the chance to cut short Sylvia's history lection. With Patty and you, it's probably clear what you want to study, right? Physics, of course. I'm going to be a famous physicist later. I grinned. Pretty confident, Patty. Well, I mean, at least I'm trying. And you are right, of course. I will study mathematics. I'm already taking a few correspondence courses at the university in my spare time. You're doing what? Oh, it's no big deal. You can enroll, and then you get lessons and assignments sent to you. At the end of the semester, you can take one of the exams to get your certificate. But so far, I've only managed to get the certificates from the first semester. After all, I still have to go to school. Marie said all of this as if it were nothing, but this little girl had just explained to me that she had already successfully completed the first semester of her university studies. And that in mathematics, it could hardly be more difficult. What do you want to study, Azuki? Astronomy? I don't know yet if I'll study at all. What? Maybe I'll go away, far away, if I may, to the stars. Sylvia rolled her eyes. Just for the record, they usually say that artists are the biggest daydreamers. That's officially disproved now. And what do you want to do, Hythrain? Oops, that question caught me off guard. I think I'm going to study law. Law? That's interesting. Why? Because lawyers can earn a lot of money, I think, or something. At least that was the reason why I started studying law. I wasn't interested in the subject at all. My father had suggested something to do with technology, engineering, or something like that. Of course, as a craftsman, that was the closest thing to his heart. It was also clear that I didn't want to do it for that very reason. It took me a while to realize that studying law, with its vast amounts of material that had to be learned by heart, was not for me. And then there were the expensive revision courses that I couldn't afford. In Germany, law students attend expensive courses offered by private companies to learn the materials for the exams. Without them, it is very difficult to get a degree. Do you really think so? I read that job prospects for lawyers are not good at all at the moment. Yes, Maria's course was right. How did she know about it better than I did at the time? Maybe if I had talked to her back then, I would have studied something else. Something that suited me better. Maybe you're right. But if the subject interests you, then of course I understand. I'm sure law is fascinating too. The way Marie said it, it didn't even sound like mere politeness. She probably could find law really interesting. Maybe someone like Marie could find anything interesting, and I nothing. But I'm not sure about that either. Maybe I'll study something completely different. Great, now let's find the right field of study for Hythrain. Any suggestions? The others laughed and bombarded me with ideas for my studies. First, of course, mathematics, physics, art, and then more and more exotic ones. You should try to become an astronaut, computer game programming, marine biologist, brewing. I've heard someone in America that you can study ice cream making. How about that? Unicorn breeding, advanced procrastination techniques, time travel theory. Hey, that's what I want to study then. Then suggest something else for Hythrain. Okay, survival techniques for the zombie apocalypse. Well, Hythrain doesn't need to worry about that. Zombies eat brains, so he has nothing to worry about. Hey, I love that joke. But then it was time for our classes. And they did laugh. Oh, the squirrel! On the way through the park, a squirrel just darted by. Did you see that, Patty? What? There was a squirrel. Totally cute. Oh, no. I must have just been in thought then. Never mind. I'm pretty sure you'll see another. There must be quite a few here in the park. We reached the classrooms and went to our classes. And so on with our class. Mr. Young seems to be bursting with energy. Not a good sign. Today, we're going to cover path integrals and quantum field theory. Let's start simple. Oh my god. What? Why can't we actually assume that light travels in a straight line around an obstacle, as we looked at in the last lecture? It could do some looping after all. There would be nothing wrong with that. How is light supposed to know in advance where the straight path is? It's not a conscious being that can avoid an obstacle with foresight. The reason for this is simple. Light indeed runs on all paths from L to B, no matter if they are winding and long like S or the shortest way, R. Why don't we notice any of this? Well, that's because we have to add up the wave function of light for all paths. Such a calculation is called a path integral. Now, if for a path there is also another one that is a little shorter, like the path S comma here, then the different phases of the light waves can cancel each other out. As a result, the wave function is practically zero. But if there is no shorter path left, then this cannot happen. And then the path integral gives a value different from zero. In reality, of course, it's all a bit more complicated than that. I had to admit that this sounded a bit wacky. Light wasn't following a straight line, but was traveling in all directions at once. It made loops and pirouettes, but in the end, you didn't notice any of it because the vast majority of light paths simply canceled each other out. It sounded like someone had smoked too much. Fucking weed! A weed reference, yes! Oh, yes. By the way, this whole idea goes back to Richard Feynman, who then used it to develop quantum field theory. And that's why I'm going to explain it to you again in all its mathematical details. And from the rest of the lesson, I didn't understand a word. Patty, on the other hand, wrote along diligently. Her face reddened with concentration. Admirable. Oh, it's time for lunch. I hope you have understood enough. He was obviously looking at Patty, who was putting the last sentence down on paper. So a few points are still not clear to me. She asked questions that I didn't understand a word of, and Mr. Young answered vividly. At some point, the first students cleared their throats, signalizing that it was really time for lunch now. I think it's supposed to be signaling. Oh, I forgot. You can leave for lunch now, of course. This afternoon we have project work. Patty also dragged herself away. Her hunger for knowledge had been satisfied, and now it was time for the other hunger, the one of the stomach. At that moment, fire! Shouts rang from outside. Ah, those kids again. Let's all go outside, shall we? Outside the classroom, everything was full of pink smoke. Max and Mortis just ran past us. And Mr. Metner came after them. Those naughty boys. I thought you didn't let the students do experiments today. I didn't. I did everything myself. But the rascals apparently mixed up the labels on the chemical jars, and so my experiment suddenly produced lots of pink smoke. I coughed a little to mask my laughter. But enough is enough. I will take revenge. I already know how. How? That's my secret. And with that, Mr. Metner left us standing. I fucking love these fucking pranks every goddamn day. Wow, what a cool lecture, don't you think? If you say so. Or was it a little too difficult for you, Hythrain? Well, I had the feeling that maybe some parts were not completely incomprehensible for me, although I'm not sure about this. Okay, I admit, that was quite heavy. I was lucky that I'd already read a little bit about this before. But now I'm hungry enough to devour 100 path integrals. I laughed, and we headed for the cafeteria. We all met again at lunch. Patty pointed to a boy at the next table with again. Well, that t-shirt isn't that fashionable anymore. What do you mean? I looked closer. Ah, yes, the boy was wearing a t-shirt in the style of the German soccer team. Soccer is a strange game where players are running after a ball and kicking it the whole time. The game that every country in the world outside America is going crazy about, and nobody quite knows why. But meanwhile, they called it soccer. No, you call it football. 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 Come on. Well, after the disgraceful 0-2 defeat in the final, why disgraceful? Losing to Brazil in the final is not embarrassing at all. Why Brazil? I could have realized my mistake at this point, but the images of the 2002 World Cup final in Japan were still so present in my mind. The German team had surprisingly managed to enter the final and then got defeated by Ronaldo's 2 goals. The World Cup runner-up title was still something to celebrate after the terrible European Championship 2000. What do you mean? Who else did they lose to in the World Cup final? World Cup final? I don't know which World Cup you're talking about, but I'm talking about the European Championship in soccer. Or did you just mix up the sport again? So for Hythrain, the soccer Philistines, briefly summarized, Germany loses in the European... So for Hythrain, the soccer Philistines, briefly summarized, Germany loses in the European Championship final against Denmark 2-0. More embarrassment is not possible. Wow, it feels great that I can explain something about soccer to a man. Sport is not really your thing, Hythrain, is it? Of course, Patty's explanations brought it all back to me. Back in 1992, when the world champion Germany lost to Denmark in the final. There was a sensation and an embarrassment. Well, 8 years later, everyone would have been happy if Germany had at least made it to the European Championship semifinals. So I played the idiot again to wriggle out of it. Oh, I'm sorry, I must have got that complete mixed up somehow. I'm really not good at this. We already know that. You seem to dream even more than our good Azuki here sometimes. What's wrong? Everyone laughed. Phew, that went well. This time at lunch then flew by, and soon it was time for our classes again. Patty and I went to the lab to continue working on our project. Yesterday was so busy that I didn't even think about our project. So what? Yesterday was a day off, right? Why a day off? Working here in the lab is also spare time. Everything that isn't learning vocabulary is spare time. Anyway, we had this strange effect, as if the space in the device was bent. Right, probably an optical illusion, isn't it? I've been thinking about that, and we can test that. How? The cube is 40 centimeters tall. Here I have a folding rule that is 1 meter long. Patty gave it to me and then pointed to the cube. Now, put it in there. But it's much too big. Don't be afraid, just try it out. I carefully put the long thing in, centimeter for centimeter. Patty held her breath as she watched it gradually disappear inside. Oh, deeper? Yes, deeper. And deeper. And there, now it's all the way in. Then pull it out again carefully. I pulled it out carefully. The rod looked just as long as before. Then I put it back in. A little. Come on! And so I did. I noticed that the rule was getting warmer. It feels a bit hot. Ooh! Didn't it really fit all the way in? Patty was so excited that she gasped. Ah, this is amazing. This is too much like sex. Suddenly we noticed Sylvia, who just let out a loud snort. Deeper, deeper. Ah, yeah, I'm getting hot. Oh, you physicists are hilarious. Thought for a moment about what Patty and I just said, and turned deep red. Patty was even redder than me. Sylvia, sorry, but you should have heard yourselves. Well, don't be jealous. Oh, what do you mean? Oh, just because Sylvia struggled for words and finally managed only a grumpy idiot. Anyway, what are you doing here, Sylvia? Oh, I just want to see what you were doing. I didn't know you were doing something like that. Hey! Anyway, I'm going to look for Azuki. I've already been to Marie's, but it was more boring than with you. Ciao. Pfft, Sylvia. I had to grin when I saw Patty's upset face. Come on, let's keep working. Okay, you're right. Patty put the folding rule into the cube again herself. So this strange device actually seems to bend space. I really need to know more about it. Tell me, in the manual you read to me, it said how to assemble the control of the cube, didn't it? Yeah, at least that's how I understand the cryptic stuff. I would love to do that, but it's really hard because you have to translate every sentence for me. You know, my English. I sighed. Patty couldn't even understand the simplest instructions in English. So I thought, I'll do some measurements with the cube, and you could maybe assemble the controller for me? All right, I'll try. Thank you. You are a treasure. It wasn't easy, I realized. The controller had a very strange shape, a tetrahedron. A tetrahedron is a kind of four-sided cube, something like a pyramid, but with a triangle as a base instead of a square. On two sides were sockets into which cables were plugged. The manual said you had to set the circuits on three sides of the tetrahedron so that the two sockets were connected. I picked up the tetrahedron and looked at the first side. There was one of the jacks. It was glowing yellow, so this was where I had to start. I sighed. This looked like work, but at least more exciting than my job at the law firm. Click on the blue square. Adjust them to close the right connections. Click on the arrows to rotate the tetrahedron and edit all sides. Click OK when you are done. Okay, that does me no good. Okay, hang on. So trying to like visualize this is kind of hard. So goes up, goes down, goes this way. So it's coming up here, goes through here. Okay, so this is where I'm starting. Top, 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 goes down like this, goes back this way, goes this way, goes this way, goes this way. I think that should be it. I turned it on. It made a soft click and began the glow. Okay, now that was anticlimactic, but at least I solved the task. Great, Height Train. You got this thing working. Awesome. Now we can control the curvature of space. How cool is that? I have to do some more experiments now. Patty kept me on my toes with her experiments. Phew, I need a break. Oh, me too. Patty pulled the bag out of her backpack and emptied it on the table. Lots of candy. Here, help yourself. Thanks. I took a chocolate bar. Meanwhile, Patty was greedily munching on the candy. You always eat so much candy? Only when I'm doing research. When I'm using my brain, I just need sugar. I wonder if that was really the right diet, but hey, Patty was so full of energy, she must have really needed more replenishment than normal people. So, was that enough of a break? Not really. Oh, it wasn't? Well, no problem. I have to calculate some path integrals anyway to understand what's going on in the machine. And that won't be easy because it also curves the space. But maybe if I make the metric variable, Patty didn't seem to need me anymore. And so I went outside to enjoy some sun and fresh air. 5 minutes in the castle's park in this gorgeous summer weather were enough to recharge my batteries. There was still time for dinner, but I wondered what to do. Should I... Let's go find Sylvia. Empty. Oh, finally I found her on the hill above the castle. You seem to follow me everywhere, like a dog. Dogs are faithful, aren't they? Sylvia rolled her eyes. Are you making sketches now? Yes, of course. You can never get enough of the painting the castle, can you? There are just so many interesting perspectives here. Unfortunately, the weather's a bit boring, always blue skies and sunshine. But that way it's pleasant to be outside, isn't it? Okay, fair point. I sat down on the grass and watched Sylvia drawing. And you really don't know anything about your family history? Practically nothing. My mother was a baroness. Is that actually a high noble rank? I don't know anything about it. No, but it is a noble rank. And aren't there any family trees or something that you can look up? Unfortunately, no. I've already spent quite some time researching. There are a few references to my ancestors, for example, in a nobility almanac. What is that? Those were books that used to list nobles. There I once found a report about the marriage of a Baron Tensberg, probably my great-grandfather, but that's all. And from what region does your family originate? I don't know. Perhaps there was an ancestral castle there sometime long ago, which belonged to my family. There used to be a lot of castles in Europe, but most of them were very small. In Germany alone, there were more than 20,000. Today, most of them are gone. Not even ruins are left of them. I don't know, but there's just so little that connects me to the past, which is why my name is important to me, just as it was important to my mother. I understand. That makes me happy, Hythrain. I mean, just because... So, not that you're special or anything. I smiled at Sylvia's embarrassment. Anyway, enough for today. I have to concentrate now, or I won't get the sketch done by dinner. Sylvia became engrossed in her work again, and I watched her. Eventually, it was time for dinner. Sylvia packed up, and we descended to the castle. At dinner, we all met again. Patty reported euphorically about our discovery during dinner. At some point, it became too much for Sylvia. Yes, I heard what exciting things you did there. She imitated Patty's voice. Deeper, yes. Huh? What do you mean? Well, Hythrain and Patty already understand what I mean. And to you, Marie, I'm not allowed to explain it yet. You're too young for that. Oh, so you're just making a suggestive joke by taking a dialogue out of context so that it gave the appearance of a sexually connoted innuendo? We looked at each other, puzzled. Yes, there are studies that show that this sort of thing is a common way to increase social prestige in groups, especially during adolescence. It also happens with adults. However, it is often viewed negatively by people of higher educational backgrounds. Marie may have been the youngest, but she just sounded like a sociology... What the frick is my brain? Sociology professor. There we go. Sociology. Reflecting on the topic of lewd jokes on a meta level, Sylvia was speechless. And that was really something special with her. Marie, you are truly great. With you, I always feel like a person communicating with an ancient, very small and ignorant. Whatever that should mean now again. Well, but do we want to land on Earth? Oh, do we want to land on Earth again? But please, very gently, without crash. Right. Crash. We had enough. Crash. We had enough already. We had already enough in the last weeks. I mean, on the stock market. I grinned. Marie was right. The dot-com bubble had burst and prices had plummeted. In 1999-2001, investors around the world were euphoric. The internet was going to change the world. And the economic opportunities were enormous. Internet companies were being created like crazy, and investors were buying everything they could. At some point, however, it turned out that much of it was unfortunately just castles in the air. A long crash followed. Good thing I hadn't had any money to invest. You're right. Where is the DAX now? At 4,000 points only, right? 4,000 points? Are you sure? Yes, of course. It was on the news. After the peak at 8,000 points, the shares are now worth only half as much. Oh, I have no idea about this. Oh, he fucked up. Actually, I thought the DAX was at 1,600 points now, after it was at 1,800 points before the crash. Then I suddenly realized my mistake. Maria had been talking about a different crash. In 1992, that's when the stocks must have crashed too, but I no longer remembered it. At the time, I wasn't that interested. In 1992, there was a small crash in the German stock market because of concerns about economic development. Obviously, stocks were not a good investment. They seemed to crash all the time. On the other hand, if they had risen from 16,000 points to 4,000 points in just 10 years, despite the crash, that was actually a really good profit. Most researchers conclude stocks are a good investment in the long term as long as you don't buy individual stocks, but invest as broadly as possible, preferably in a large index. Why does everyone talk about the crashes? Maybe I should buy some shares sometime. Marie suddenly pulled me out of my thoughts. Why do you think the DAX is at 4,000 points, Hythring? I felt uncomfortably hot under Marie's penetrating gaze. I don't know. Must have mixed it up with another index? That could be, yes. I'm having trouble there too, but we don't need stocks anyway. My parents always say that money's not that important. Rich people always say that. Oh, we're not rich. We just always have enough money. And that's what rich people also always say too. I grinned. If you have more than enough money, you can donate it. As long as there are people who are really poor, there is never enough money. And there we were in discussion about money and the world. And I was glad that my DAX mistake was forgotten so quickly. At some point, Marie looked at her watch. Oops, we have to get to the Go class. Yes, right. I hadn't even thought about participating yet. Spur of the moment, let's go. So I'm in. Are you? And you? Everyone wanted to join. Have you ever played Go? I once learned the rules, but then had no opponent. But surely you can play that in the... I wanted to say internet, but I stopped myself just in time. I mean, surely you can find a club or something. Maybe. I've never played this before. I'll definitely have to try that out. I just hope I have enough patience to do it. But I'll try my hardest. True, sitting still wasn't really her thing. I've never played it either, but I've heard that noble ladies in Japan and China had to master the game as part of etiquette. So of course I want to learn it too. Great, then you're all in. I'm so excited that you're going to learn about the sacred game too. Why do you call it sacred game? Well, you see, there is an ancient alien civilization that believes that only beings who discover the game of Go are intelligent enough to count as a civilization. Therefore, the game is sacred to them too. Oh, Azuki, Go is a sacred game of aliens. You're really almost as crazy as I am. We all laughed, and then we hurried to finish eating so we could go to Go. The class was going to be in the park. After all, it was so bright enough on this summer evening. When we arrived, there were already some students sitting in the grass with a few Go boards between them. Welcome to Go. Today I will introduce you to nothing less than the most brilliant game in the universe. Okay, Mr. Young tended to exaggerate, but this was really too much. The rules of the game are simple and mathematically elegant, but the game itself is one of the most complex in the world. In a few years, chess world champions will be beaten by computers. With Go, that will take much longer. To play Go well, a computer must be intelligent, in a sense. Developing a Go program that beats a human world championship will be a milestone in AI. The chess world champion Kasparov was defeated by the IBM program Deep Blue as early as 1997. Although the program actually only calculated many moves in advance and evaluated the final positions without any real AI. In the case of Go, this took until 2016, when Google researchers achieved a scientific breakthrough in AI. They'll even make a movie out of it. Wargaming Film Alpha Go on. So that. So that's what I. Wait, and it will trigger a development that. So that's what I think at least. Anyway, how does Go go? I'll show you. First question: who of you already knows the rules of Go? Marie, Azuki, and a few others came forward. I did not raise my hand. The Go board is something like an island. Beginners play on a small island, e.g. with 6x6 or 9x9 intersections. Professionals play on 19x19. Black and white both try to occupy the larger part of this island for themselves. Mr. Young pointed to a large Go board that he had set up. The game begins on an empty board. Black starts. Black and white take turns placing stones on the board, always on the intersection of the lines. Stones cannot be moved, but they can be captured. A stone is captured when it has no more liberties, i.e., it is surrounded on all four sides. The edge of the board can help with the surrounding. Stones of one color can support each other, however. If they are directly adjacent, they form a group, and their liberties count together. Here, the liberties are marked with stars. Groups can only be captured if all their liberties are occupied. Question for you: how can black capture the white stone here, right there? Here's the right move. Great, I had been right. And what about here? Would this even work? This is the correct solution. That wasn't so difficult either. Then finally, a difficult problem. Who knows the solution? It can't possibly be to put one there. I'm assuming it has to be this one. That's right. Very good. Each captured piece now brings 1 point. But that's not really the most important thing in Go. More points are scored with territory. Each board point, which has been completely walled off, also gives you a point to the end. In the end. So the black area here gives you 10 points. And what if there are still enemies in an area? Then the rule is, if they could be captured without the opponent being able to do anything about it, then they can simply be taken out as additional prisoners at the end of the game. Here, black could capture the white stone. If you're not sure about this, it is not a problem. If you're not sure about this, it's not a problem. Then you just play it out at the end of the game. But when is the game finished? Quite simple. When both don't want to play anymore, like here. Why is that? Because no one has any meaningful moves left. If all the territory on the board is taken, then it hurts to move into your own territory. It only makes it smaller. Wait, what? But it also hurts to move into the opponent's territory because there the stone is captured, a free point for the opponent. So nobody wants to move anymore. The player whose turn it is would say, I pass. If both players pass, the game is counted. If the other player still wants to play, it is his turn, and the game continues as normal until both players pass. At the end, the game is counted. To do this, capture stones are first removed. Here, the single black stone on the left in the white area. Black has the area on the right, that's 27 points, plus 1 captured stone, makes 28. White has the territory on the left, plus 1 captured stone, plus the capture stone at the end of the gate, makes a total of only 26. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. 7, 28. That makes sense. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. I don't know. By the way, there is a trick to see that a group can no longer be captured. Here, black can capture the white stones, of course. You've already seen that. But here, it is no longer possible. If black would play a stone into one of the marked holes, white would still have a liberty, namely the other hole. But the black stone itself would have no liberty, so this would be a kind of suicide for black. So he has no more possibility to capture the white stones. By the way, the two holes are called eyes. With two eyes, a group is always alive. There are also groups without two eyes that live, but this is called Seki, but it rarely happens. So in this position, if it's white move, he can just make two eyes like this. Now the group is definitely alive. But if it is black's turn, how can he prevent this? Who knows the solution? I thought a bit. I think either of these two would do it. Let's see. Not quite. Please think. How can black prevent white from splitting the threes? Great. White now has only two liberties. If he plays into his own eye, only one remains, and you can simply capture all white pieces. But if you were to play again, white could capture both your stones. Ah, is that a problem? You can just put in another piece. And you have seen this before. No matter if white captures the stone or not, white has only one liberty left, and you can capture the whole big group. Whew, that was complicated. Oh, by the way, I'd forgotten a special rule. Repeating the same position is forbidden. Otherwise, the players could capture each other here forever. The game would never end. That's called the ko. But if the players make other moves in between, they can capture black afterwards, since then the position is not the same anymore. By the way, if you play against stronger opponents, you get handicap zones. Then you may take black, i.e. start, and put some pieces on the board as your first move. The points where these are placed are already marked on go boards. So that's all the rules. The best way to learn a few special cases is to play the game. That was all? Compared to Chess or Bridge, that was really a short rule set. If this was too fast, on the page of the American Go Association, you can find links to YouTube videos and interactive Go introductions. But I could not claim that I had understood everything. Mr. Young then gave us a piece of paper with a few Go problems. Should I try them out or just watch the others? Let's try and solve them. How can you capture white stones here? Excellent. That's how you capture the 4 white stones. Otherwise, white will capture your 2 stones instead. Because they could have placed there. Did you see that? Here, you can even capture a lot of white stones. How? Exactly. This way you capture a lot of white stones. If you don't play there, white will capture your 2 top left stones instead and escape. There. Hey. Give me a sec. Come here. Come on. Come. Come here, buddy. Come here. Bear came wandering in, so I want to give him some cuddles. Yeah? Now you have to save your own stones for a change. Ooh. Because if it puts it there, it'll capture these. That's right. This is how you save your stones. This also separates the white stones into 2 groups, and both groups have hardly any space left. You will probably be able to capture them later on. And where should you save your stones here? Probably here? Great. That saves 9 stones. Besides, later on, you will even manage to surround the white stones below and capture them. Here, you can find a smart move, which will definitely capture a stone, no matter what white answers. Excellent. Now 2 white stones are attacked, and white can only defend one of them. Either it goes on like this, then white has lost an important stone, or it goes like this. And again, white has lost a key stone. And another possibility for a clever double threat. Do you see it? I believe it'll get eyes, so I gotta put it here. Exactly. Now 2 white groups are attacked, and white can only defend one of them. Now the whole white group is at stake. How do you prevent white from getting 2 eyes? Correct. Now white has only 1 eye and has no chance to survive. Again, the whole white group's involved. Can you kill them? I think this one? Exactly. Again, white has only 1 eye left and no chance to survive. Now the other way around. How do you bring your group to life? Think of the 2 eyes. Can I just say I really like this? I've never been able to really get into Go, but I know somebody who's like really big on it. When he went to Japan with his wife and child, they actually went to like this big place, this big shrine for some Go player. Hang on, let me see if I can find this, because I'm kind of really into this. Aww, cat's cute. Their little boy their little boy's so cute too. I'm trying to see. Because I think this is too far back. It's 2022. Actually, no, this might be right. Oh, here it is. Memorial Museum for a famous Go player in Enoshima. And my friend, like a person I know, had been wanting to go there for 15 years because, like, he's learned Go. He knows how to play Go, and I have no idea. I've kind of wanted to learn a little bit, but I always felt like there was something I just wasn't getting. This is really nice. I actually really enjoy this. Now the other way around. How do you bring this group to life? Think of the 2 eyes. So probably there. Exactly. Now you have 2, no, even 3 eyes. Now your group lives for sure. Now the last problem. How do you prevent your group from being killed by white? 2 eyes? Perfect. So you have 2 eyes again. All safe. And with that, I had solved all the problems on the sheet. And then it was time for a game. I thought about whom I wanted to play with. I feel like who you pick determines the difficulty. Alright, you get black. I want white. It's classier. I could just barely stifle a giggle. Wow, I'm actually playing this. Holy shit. Okay. I'm technically protected there. Oh, fuck. She got me there. Ah, fuck me. No, I don't think I can do either of those. Okay. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Shit. Wib hat Giwone. Whatever. Continue. As expected, you don't stand a chance against my superior intellect. I hit Professor Osborne. I demand revenge. I think I'm too tired now. I'm just afraid that you'll lose this time. What a lame insinuation. The Baroness now retires to her chamber. Good day. Hang on. Can I go back? Okay. Wait, how... Oh. I see. I fucked myself up there. No, if I put it there... Fuck. That was a bad move. Right there. Hmm. And pass. Mark all capture stones. Continue. That was unfair. Why? You started, but you wanted white. Yes, but as a gentleman, you should have let me go first. I don't understand. What should I have done now? Guys, you wouldn't understand me even if I had an instruction manual. But at least I would have known which button to push to turn you on. How dare you, idiot. Sorry. I just smile. Sorry, I didn't mean to make you... But you did. Good night. You're not even angry with me. Oh, Sylvia, I just can't manage to be angry with you. Sylvia mumbled something incomprehensible. Never mind, enough of that. I'm going to sleep. Good night, Sylvia. Good night, idiot, baka. I was dead tired. In my sleep, I placed back black and gold white pieces on infinitely large go boards. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna stop here because I think that we've definitely spent the most on this game, and this is definitely a game that I probably just need to do the whole thing on its own. Because there's definitely an ending for each girl. But I do like it. I do like how it's fun. God, the innuendo. Oh my gosh. It's really funny. But I have nothing to really give for it, because I mean everything they do well. They have puzzles and they put in fucking Go. They put in Go. I have nothing to really give on this. Okay, so now I need... I clicked the wrong one. I want to click this one. There we go. Honestly, I have nothing I can... Are there any new additions? Honestly, I don't have much to give for her. Or them. I don't know. The Last Secret. Because I just enjoyed this game the last time I played it. Let's just go back a bit. Yeah, that's it. And I pretty much already got my, let's get the rating up. I got the rating here. Look, fucking... Honestly, I do know that it is AI art. I still have to give it credit, though, because in the end of the day, what this developer does with AI art requires knowing how to use it. Because they if you look things up, if you look up their page and everything, what you will actually find is they talk about the failures of it, the stuff that doesn't work. They show how you have on their page they show how you have to manage it, and it's very interesting. overall, I'm very happy with this game because they show like what happens like if you don't word things properly, if you don't do things properly, what ultimately happens from it all. So yeah, that's it. That's all I got. That's all. Sorry. We got through this pretty well, and look, I actually did spend 5 hours on this. I know. I think the first one I think the first game we did. Let's see. So I know. Well, welcome to Chichester. We took about an hour and a half. When the lake shines, it's reflected on her eye. Was very short. That was like 10 minutes tops. Fawning over a corpse. We probably also put 50 minutes or so into that. So that's already about 2.5 hours. But we spent the rest of it all on Sweet Science, which is just a very lovely game. I'm very happy with this game. I can't wait for more from them. I can't wait for this full game to come out. Because when it is all out, I will probably spend a few days playing it. I just need to actually remember to do so. But yeah, that's it. That's the end of this stream. Now that's not the end of me streaming tonight. What I'm actually going to do is I'm going to stop the stream for about 10-15 minutes, and then I'm going to go grab a bite while during that time, or however long I need to. Going to get some food, and then I'm going to come back and we'll play some Final Fantasy and then we'll have some cannabis involved because I made a point of avoiding it for this. Okay. So see you all. So for anybody who doesn't come back, thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out. And for everybody who does come back for the later half, I'll see you in a bit. In the meantime, have a good one. I'll see you all next time. Let me just drop this up on the screen. Why not? See you next time. Bye-bye.